Chapter 1366 Murder. Chapter 1366 Murder. You're her master, so you gave her an essence spirit dermic weapon. Yes, that makes sense. Dongfang Yi nodded and looked at Su Zimo mockingly, asking with a smile, So, what do you want to do now that you've stood out? Murder. Su Zimo was expressionless and merely uttered one word. Actually, he had no intention of attacking when he came to the aristocratic family competition. However, notwithstanding the fact that the Shimin and Dongfang aristocratic families were overbearing and sent more than 10 nascent souls to encircle Bai Mingshui, 2 void reversions even attacked personally. That crossed Su Zimo's bottom line. Most of the time, he could stand by idly and let Bai Mingshui endure sufficient pressure. It would also help her grow rapidly. However, everything changed when void reversions attacked personally. Even if his essence spirit was damaged, he was still Dao, Lord Desolate Marshal. He would not allow anyone to humiliate his disciples. Murder. Dongfang Yi could not help but laugh. Who do you want to kill? You. When Su Zimo said that word, he suddenly strode forward and stomped heavily on the ground. Boom! There was a deafening sound. The ground beneath Su Zimo's feet was ruptured by his feet. The crowd was caught off guard and almost fell with shocked expressions. A figure rose from the ground, bringing with it dust clouds, and arrived above the spectator area in the blink of an eye. Bai Mingao was shocked as he looked up at the figure in midair and murmured instinctively, Is that still a human? The figure was way too different from the sickly figure in his mind. Su Zimo did not waste his breath on Dongfang Yi and leaped into midair. His black hair danced, and he descended from the skies like a divine being with a burning gaze. How dare you? Dongfang Yi hollered with a shocked and furious expression. He truly had not expected that this seemingly sickly man would dare attack him and even release such horrifying burst power. Dongfang Yi's reaction was extremely fast, as well as he swiped his storage bag and a black spear appeared in his hands. Dermic powers surged and the spear trembled, shimmering with 5 dermic patterns. It was a perfect grade Dao being dermic weapon. Die. Dongfang Yi hollered and conjured hand seals with his left hand. He gripped his spear with his right hand and thrust it toward Su Zimo while releasing his dermic art with his left hand. Boom! The dermic art was the first to descend and smashed heavily against Su Zimo's chest. Dongfang Yi was delighted. Even the body of a Dharma characteristic Dao, Lord, could not withstand his dermic art. However, the joy in his eyes turned into shock the moment it appeared. That dermic art did not affect Su Zimo at all. It was as though he was completely fine. Although Su Zimo's bloodline was not strong, his body could not be considered as a body of flesh and blood. The Green Lotus True Body was created with a Grade 6 creation Green Lotus as the foundation and was supplemented by top dermic weapons of many supersects. The toughness of the Green Lotus True Body was comparable to a connate Dao Lord dermic weapon. A void reversion dermic art could not shake him at all. Against the incoming spear, Su Zimo suddenly extended his palm and gripped the cold tip of the spear at lightning speed, thrusting it forward. A tremendous force surged over. Dongfang Yi could not hold on to the spear at all. The spear slid in his palm. Dongfang Yi shuddered and lowered his head slowly. In his chest, a gigantic hole was carved out by Su Zimo using the back of the spear. The spear, drenched in blood, protruded from Dongfang Yi's back in reverse. His heart was already pierced by the spear, and his blood qi drained rapidly. Dongfang Yi's eyes flashed with disbelief. All of a sudden, his vision blurred and a figure seemed to flash by. Not good. Dongfang Yi exclaimed. As a paragon of the Dongfang aristocratic family, he reacted extremely quickly and chose to eject his essence spirit right away. A divine light flew out from above his head, wanting to escape into the distance. However, before it could truly leave his body, a huge shadow enveloped him. Poof! Su Zimo slapped Dongfang Yi on the head. That palm strike ruptured Dongfang Yi's head, and his essence spirit was shattered as well. He died on the spot. Dead. Dongfang Yi, the commander of the Dongfang aristocratic family, who was insufferably arrogant earlier on, was slapped to death right in front of everyone. From the moment Su Zimo attacked till Dongfang Yi's death, the entire process took less than 3 breaths. The eyes of the cultivators nearly popped out. How dare you? Shimin Zhe pointed at Su Zimo with a trembling voice. He could sense an extremely dangerous aura coming from Su Zimo. Die too. Su Zimo's gaze was like lightning as he strode forward. Without any unnecessary movements, he threw a punch towards Shimin Zhe's face. The aura of that punch was way too ferocious, and Shimin Zhe did not dare to take it head-on in his fear. Swash! A bronze mirror flew out from his glabella. Buzz! Shimin Zhe activated his spirit consciousness. The bronze mirror expanded against the wind and grew rapidly, blocking in front of him like an indestructible shield that shone with 6 dermic patterns. A Khanate Dao-being dermic weapon. In his opinion, he would be able to escape as long as he could defend against Su Zimo's attack. The Dharma characteristic Dao lords in the villa must have noticed such a huge commotion. Once they arrived, this person would definitely die. As those thoughts crossed Shimin Zhe's mind, Su Zimo's fist had already struck the bronze mirror heavily. Boom! There was a deafening sound. Shimin Zhe shuddered. Snap! Immediately after, he heard a strange sound, as though something had shattered. The next moment, his vision darkened, and he felt a sharp pain in his head, losing consciousness. Even till the end, he did not understand how he died. However, the other cultivators saw everything clearly. Compared to Dongfang Yi, Shimin Zhe died even faster. Shimin Zhe summoned his bronze mirror, and Su Zimo threw a punch. That punch penetrated the bronze mirror. The Khanate Dao-being dermic weapon was penetrated by Su Zimo's body. The punch penetrated the bronze mirror and struck Shimin Zhe's face, smashing his head into sludge and destroying his essence, spirit, on the spot. Once again, the world fell into a momentary silence. The throats of the cultivators seemed to be choked by an invisible pair of hands. They could not breathe. Terror, shock, and fear filled everyone's faces. Among the cultivators of the 3 aristocratic families, the strongest among them were void reversions, Dongfang Yi, Shimin Zhe, and Nangongling. In their hearts, void reversions were absolute existences that were high and above. However, in the blink of an eye, 2 void reversions were reduced to 2 corpses. Furthermore, these 2 commanders were hammered to death by fists. None of the Foundation establishment cultivators, golden cores, or even nascent souls had ever seen someone so decisive to kill. All of them were scared out of their wits and froze on the spot, not daring to move. Chapter 1367, Dao, Lord Purple Peak. Chapter 1367, Dao, Lord Purple Peak. Baiming Ao looked at the green-robed figure, and his mind was in chaos. He was completely stunned. Mr. Su, the frail and sickly scholar, had vanished completely, and there was only a single image left in his mind. It was how Su Zimo descended from the skies and killed the 2 void reversions like a divine being. Baiming Ao had never seen such power before. He felt a sense of trepidation and regret when he recalled how he had treated this person with sarcasm and mockery repeatedly. It was lucky that Mr. Su was broad-minded. If it was anyone else, he might not have survived, even if he had 10 lives. Did Sister become Mr. Su's disciple? Baiming Ao gradually understood. It's no wonder why my sister has changed so much in just 3 years and can even suppress nascent souls. So it's all because of Mr. Su. It would be a lie to say that Bai Ming-ao was not envious. However, although he was not old, he knew that he had treated Su Zimo badly previously and would most likely not have the chance to join the latter. Even Bai Ming-shue stood on the stone platform in a daze, let alone Bai Ming-ao. She could not recover, and her eyes were filled with shock. Even though she had joined Su Zimo as his disciple, she had never seen him in action. Initially, she thought that his combat strength would be greatly reduced after his essence spirit was injured and he could not even release dermic arts. However, she had not expected that Su Zimo would be able to kill 2 void reversions on the spot with just his physical body. He did not require his essence spirit or dermic arts at all. Bai Ming-shue suddenly had the urge to cry when she looked at the skinny but torrential figure. She had suffered countless grievances over the years. However, no one had ever helped or stood up for her. Yet, at this moment, someone stood in front of her and defended her from all damage, even going against the ancient aristocratic families. Desolate Marshal. My master is Tao, Lord Desolate Marshal, the one and only Tao, Lord Desolate Marshal in history. Bai Ming-shue was extremely emotional and her eyes were bloodshot. On the other side, Nangongling shook his head gently and sighed. We've still come to this. He was worried. Prior to this, he had reminded Shiminze and Dongfang countless times to not be overbearing and to know when to stop. However, the 2 of them did not heed his words and continued with their provocations. They were the ones who went overboard. Ru Xian said, even an outsider like me can't stand it. Humph. How is it acceptable for void reversions to step in to kill a golden core? Lu Hanyan glanced at Nangongling and said softly, Senior brother, you're worried about the Nangong family's decision, right? Yes. Nangongling nodded without saying anything. Bang, bang, bang. Right then, powerful auras burst forth from various parts of the villa, and the world shook. Where did this ruffian come from? How dare you act so brazenly in our Shimin villa? You must have a death wish. A series of shouts sounded. Most of the cultivators present were Foundation establishment cultivators and golden cores. The massive pressure of the spirit consciousness that arrived caused all of them to shudder. Dharma characteristic realm. That was a pressure that could only be released by the spirit consciousnesses of Dharma characteristic Tao lords. Even the void reversion realm was a realm that most cultivators could not reach. Dharma characteristic cultivators were even more revered. Some of the cultivators present had never seen Dharma characteristic Tao lords up till this point of their cultivation. To think that more than 10 Dharma characteristic Tao lords would appear today. Tao Lord Purple Peak. Nangongling recognized the Dharma characteristic Tao Lord leading them and could not help but exclaim. Tao Lord Purple Peak was a Dharma characteristic Tao Lord who was extremely famous among the 3 aristocratic families. 2,000 years ago, he traveled to the Middle Continent and became enemies with a Dharma characteristic Tao Lord of Illusion Fiend Cult. The Tao Lord of Illusion Fiend Cult was once ranked 62 on the Dharma characteristic ranking. However, Tao Lord Purple Peak won the battle completely. That was also the battle that brought Tao Lord Purple Peak to fame. Within the 3 aristocratic families, it was said that Tao Lord Purple Peak's combat strength could have him ranked in the top 30 of the Dharma characteristic ranking. Furthermore, that was 2,000 years ago. To think that Tao Lord Purple Peak would actually be cultivating wholeheartedly in the Shimin Villa, and now he was alerted. Senior Purple Peak. Nangongling shouted and bowed. This is an important matter. Senior, please gather the other elders to discuss and reconsider before advancing. Nangongling could not expose Su Zimo's identity. However, his words were already a reminder for Tao, Lord Purple Peak, to stop in time and not act rashly. Humph! Tao, Lord Purple Peak sneered. What a joke! A ruffian is killing people brazenly in our Shuman villa, but you want me to reconsider my actions? Even if Tao, Lord Purple Peak, could tell what Nangongling was implying, he would not take it to heart. Even if Dharma characteristic Tao, lords of the Nangong aristocratic family, were here, he would definitely step in to kill this green-robed cultivator, let alone a mere junior like Nangongling. Tao, Lord Purple Peak, looked at Su Zimo with a cold expression and said slowly, I don't care what your background is or what sect you are from. If you dare to kill in my Shiman villa, even if you're a disciple of a super sect, you'll have to pay with your life. Nangongling sighed internally. Tao, Lord Purple Peak, did not realize who he was facing at all. How many titular disciples and conjoint body mighty figures of super sects had died in the Tao inheritance ground, let alone disciples of super sects? You want to kill me? Su Zimo raised his head slightly and looked at Tao, Lord Purple Peak, with a mocking expression. Kill him. Tao, Lord Purple Peak, did not waste his breath on Su Zimo and waved his hand, giving the order. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Dermic weapons tore through the air one after another. Dermic powers surged around the Tao, Lord Dermic weapons, and almost covered the skies, sealing off all of Su Zimo's escape routes. Su Zimo's expression was cold as he ignored the incoming Tao, Lord Dermic weapons, and rose. How dare you ignore Tao, Lord Dermic weapons? You truly have a death wish. The Dharma characteristic Tao, Lord's expressions, turned cold. Bang, bang, bang. Dermic weapons struck Su Zimo one after another, but they did not pierce through his body as the Dharma characteristic Tao, Lords expected. On the contrary, many Tao, Lord Dermic weapons were repelled. Be it flying swords, spears, or bronze mirrors, none of them could pierce Su Zimo's flesh. The crowd was shocked. That scene had completely exceeded everyone's expectations. Even Tao, Lord Purple Peak, and the others were shocked, let alone the low-level cultivators present. There was no lack of perfect-grade Tao, Lord Dermic weapons among the Tao, Lord Dermic weapons that were summoned earlier on. However, a perfect Tao, Lord Dermic weapon could not even pierce the green-robed cultivator's skin, let alone kill him. Furthermore, the green-robed cultivator did not release any dermic arts or talismans during the collision and merely defended with his body. Could a person's body truly be cultivated to such an invulnerable state? Tao, Lord Purple Peak, suddenly understood the meaning behind Nangongling's words. Unfortunately, it was too late. Chapter 1368, sweeping ahead. Chapter 1368, sweeping ahead. Boom! While a Dharma characteristic Tao, Lord, was slightly distracted, Su Zimo had already arrived and ruptured his head with a punch. The Dharma characteristic Tao, Lord, died on the spot. Although the bloodline of the Green Lotus True Body was not strong, its body was comparable to connate Tao Lord Dermic weapons and was indestructible. The Dharma characteristic Tao, Lord's body, could not withstand that punch. Swash! In a flash, Su Zimo arrived before another Dharma characteristic Tao Lord and released a shuddering malevolent chi with a ferocious gaze. The Dharma characteristic Tao Lord was almost scared out of his wits when he met Su Zimo's gaze and felt chills run down his spine. Who was Su Zimo? In the battle of Heaven and Earth Valley, how many conjoint body mighty figures and mighty figures of the primordial races had died in his hands, let alone Dharma characteristic Tao Lords. Although Su Zimo's essence spirit was damaged, his aura did not change at all. The Dharma characteristic Tao Lord was stunned by Su Zimo's aura and reacted slower. he was slapped on the head by Su Zimo and died on the spot. In the blink of an eye, 2 Dharma characteristic Tao lords died in succession. The deaths of Shiminzei and Dongfang had already caused an unprecedented stir among the cultivators present, as though the sky was collapsing. But now, with the death of 2 Dharma characteristic Tao lords, the cultivators were completely dumbfounded. Those experts that only existed in the legends and were unreachable fell from midair right before their eyes, destroyed with their lives. The seemingly sickly cultivator killed the Dharma characteristic experts without hesitation or fear. It was as though these Dharma characteristic Tao lords were no different from ants in his eyes. Good, good, good. Tao Lord Purple Peak had a furious expression as he said coldly, "How dare you start a massacre in the Shimin Villa? I'm going to peel your tendons and burn your bones into ashes." Boom! He attacked all of a sudden, and a purple mountain flew out from his glabella. It expanded against the wind and instantly transformed into a purple mountain. It was a Khanate Tao Lord Dharmic weapon. That purple mountain was something he found in an ancient ruin and had followed him for many years. That was also the reason for his Tao title. Go! Tao Lord Purple Peak pointed forward. The purple mountain descended with a loud boom, and a large shadow engulfed the entire Shimin Villa, emitting a terrifying might. The cultivators were shocked. Many cultivators could not even withstand the pressure and fled into the distance. The purple mountain seemed like it wanted to crush all living beings in the villa into sludge with nowhere to run. Boom! Suddenly the purple mountain stopped. Right in front of everyone, a skinny figure stood beneath the purple mountain, holding the massive mountain motionlessly with a single arm. Compared to the purple mountain, Su Zimo's figure was as tiny as a speck of dust. However, no matter how Tao Lord Purple Peak channeled his Dharmic powers, he could not suppress Su Zimo. Humph! Su Zimo sneered and stomped on the ground with one foot. With a boom, he lifted the purple mountain with one arm. Swoosh! Su Zimo carried the purple mountain and charged towards a Dharma characteristic Tao Lord in the distance. The Dharma characteristic Tao Lord's expression changed starkly as a phantom appeared within his body. It rose rapidly and was 60 feet tall, towering and emitting a powerful aura. A heaven and earth Dharma characteristic. The strongest method of Dharma characteristic Tao Lords. Boom! The moment the heaven and earth Dharma characteristic was summoned, the purple mountain had already collided against it. The heaven and earth Dharma characteristic dissipated instantly. The Dharma characteristic Tao Lord's body was also shattered by the purple mountain, and he died on the spot before his essence spirit could escape. 3 Dharma characteristic Tao Lords were already dead. Bang! 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 The remaining Dharma characteristic Tao Lords felt the pressure and hurriedly channeled their essence spirits, summoning their heaven and earth Dharma characteristics as phantoms soared into the skies. Tao Lord Purple Peak's heaven and earth Dharma characteristic was 86 feet tall and was purple all over, resembling a gigantic fiend celestial. It was the most striking. Almost at the same time, many heaven and earth Dharma characteristics attacked in a shocking manner. Bang! 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 The gigantic fists of many heaven and earth Dharma characteristics, as well as weapons, struck Su Zimo's body and let out loud bangs. However, he was not injured at all. At this moment, one of the reasons why the Green Lotus True Body was so powerful was revealed. Unless it was a peerless monster incarnate of the Dharma characteristic realm, such as Tao, Lord Hatred, or Monk Daming, there was no way to injure the foundation of the Green Lotus True Body. Under the encirclement of many heaven and earth Dharma characteristics, Su Zimo pushed forward with his Green Lotus True Body and attacked consecutively, 3 more Dharma characteristic Tao Lords died. Everyone, release your essence, spirit, secret skills. Tao Lord Purple Peak roared with a pale expression. This was his last resort. In a fight, cultivators would not use their essence, spirit, secret skills unless necessary. But now that the green-robed cultivator was invulnerable against weapons, water, and fire, they had no way of retaliating and felt a sense of helplessness. Be it their dharmic arts or weapons, none of them could break through that person's defense. Only essence, spirit, secret skills could ignore his body and kill his essence spirit directly. Terrifying spirit consciousness, fluctuations appeared in the void. Although they were silent, they were filled with fatal killing intent. Not good. Bai Ming Xue's heart skipped a beat. The Buddha beads on her wrist were clearly her master's essence spirit dharmic weapon. Now that her master's essence spirit was injured and he did not have the essence spirit dharmic weapon with him, how could he defend against the essence spirit secret skills? She wanted to head forth and hand the Mingwang prayer beads over to Su Zimo. But now, the ones attacking were Dharma characteristic Tao Lords. Even nascent souls and void reversions would have difficulty approaching a battlefield of this level, let alone a golden core like her. She could not move at all against the pressure of the battlefield. Bai Ming Xue could only watch helplessly. Master! She wanted to shout. However, the moment she spoke, she realized that her voice was erased by the spirit consciousness fluctuation around her and dissipated into emptiness. Su Zimo's expression was mocking when he sensed the incoming essence, spirit, secret skills. He did not dodge, defend, or retaliate. The essence, spirit, secret skills surged into his consciousness one after another and struck his essence spirit. All of a sudden, a faint green mist emanated from his essence spirit and emitted a strange power that devoured all the essence, spirit, secret skills. The essence, spirit, secret skills pierced Su Zimo's consciousness, but were devoured by the life-severing curse without causing any ripples. The life-severing curse was a power that could only be released after a mighty figure of the witch race sacrificed his essence spirit. Even though more than half of it was dissipated by the green lotus sword, the remaining power was not something that any Dharma characteristic Tao Lord's essence, spirit, secret skill could match. Su Zimo was tainted by the life-severing curse. The power of the curse enveloped his essence spirit and formed a curse barrier that could isolate his connection to heaven and earth. After devouring the power of the essence, spirit, secret skills, the curse barrier clearly became stronger. Su Zimo furrowed his brows slightly. Previously, he had a bold thought about whether he could borrow the power of a conjoint body mighty figure to dispel the power of the life-severing curse. From the looks of it, that thought was completely infeasible. The life-severing curse would strengthen by devouring other spirit consciousnesses, and his situation would only get worse. Chapter 1369, I'm Desolate Marshal. Chapter 1369, I'm Desolate Marshal. He's fine despite that. Tao Lord Purple Peak's face was pale as his eyes shone with fear. There was no way for him to fight. Be it dharmic arts, dharmic weapons, or essence, spirit, secret skills, none of them could injure this person. Swash! 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 Tao Lord Purple Peak and the remaining Dharma characteristic Tao Lords activated their movement techniques and fled far away. They stood in midair and distanced themselves from Su Zimo, not daring to advance recklessly. All of those Dharma characteristic Tao Lords were now in fear. None of them possessed the same arrogance and ruthlessness as before. Sneering internally, Su Zimo did not continue to chase after those people. His essence spirit was damaged after all, and he could not use dharmic powers. He could not even fly through the air. In the battle earlier on, he only relied on the burst of his body to fight those Dharma-characteristic Tao lords in close combat. Now that those Dharma-characteristic Tao lords were far away, it would probably take him a lot of time and energy to chase them. Before long, today's events would spread through the 3 aristocratic families. At that time, if the conjoint body mighty figures were alarmed, the situation would no longer be under his control. The Green Lotus True Body could not use dharmic powers. If a conjoint body mighty figure attacked with his full strength, it would definitely be a threat to him. Follow me. Let's leave this place first. Su Zimo came to Bai Ming Xue's side and whispered. Bai Ming Xue did not say anything and merely nodded before following. Fu. Suddenly, a chuckle sounded from the villa. Immediately after, an extremely terrifying aura spread out and its might descended, enveloping the skies of the entire Shimin villa. The pressure released by the Dharma characteristic Tao lords earlier on was worlds apart compared to this spirit consciousness. The cultivators were shocked and could not move at all, merely watching with widened eyes. Even the Dharma characteristic realm was beyond the imagination and knowledge of most cultivators. The moment that aura descended, all the cultivators were silent and could not imagine what important figure was alarmed. Not good. Nan Gongling's heart skipped a beat. Some low-level cultivators might not be able to tell, but he had joined 100 Refinement Sect and had even come into contact with mighty figure Extreme Fire before, so he was extremely familiar with that aura. This was a power that belonged to the conjoint body realm. Lu Hanyan had a grim expression as she sent a voice transmission. Secretly, this is bad. A conjoint body mighty figure is hidden in this villa. If their Granduncle Master was not injured, they would naturally not be worried over a mere conjoint body mighty figure. But now that his essence spirit was damaged, his combat strength was greatly reduced. He was most likely doomed against a conjoint body mighty figure. Unknowingly, a skinny old man had already arrived in midair. Nobody noticed when that figure appeared, as though he had been standing there the entire time. Although the figure was small, he seemed to have fused with the entire world. Standing in midair, he emitted an incomparable aura. All the cultivators looked up at that figure as though they were facing the entire world. Greetings, Elder Chiao. Dao, Lord Purple Peak, and the others were delighted when they saw the old man. The fear in their hearts dissipated as they bowed hurriedly and shouted. Elder Chiao raised his head slightly and swept his gaze across the battlefield. Finally, it landed on Su Zimo with a cold expression. Fellow Taoist, you went on a massacre for no reason in the territory of the Shimin aristocratic family. Are you going to turn and leave without saying anything? No reason. Su Zimo was expressionless. Isn't the fact that 2 void reversions of the Shimin and Dongfang aristocratic families joined forces to try and murder my disciple reason enough? Just because of that. Elder Chiao's lips curled with a mocking expression. Notwithstanding the fact that your disciple isn't dead, even if she was, so what? If she was dead, the ones killed here won't be just the few of them. Su Zimo said slowly, if she had died here, everyone from the Shimin villa would have to die with her. Audacious. Insolent. What a bold claim. Dao, Lord Purple Peak, and the others shouted in shock. The Shimin aristocratic family had dominated the South region for countless years, but had never been threatened like this. You sure are bold. Elder Chiao's eyes flashed with killing intent as well. I'm curious now. Given your capabilities, you shouldn't be a nobody. Just who are you? How dare you threaten the Shimin aristocratic family? Elder Chiao wanted to kill. No matter the name or background of the green-robed cultivator, he was bound to die. If this green-robed cultivator were to cause a huge ruckus and escape unscathed, what would happen to the reputation of Shimin Villa? How are they going to establish themselves in the cultivation world of the South region after today? Even if he was a disciple of a super sect, he had to pay with his life today. A terrifying dermic power fluctuation surged around Elder Chiu, and the entire world trembled. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the skies, as though the apocalypse had arrived. The cultivators below were all jittery and did not dare to speak. The wrath of a mighty figure was something that could not be contained even in a vast ocean. Su Zimo's expression was indifferent as he looked at Elder Chiu, who was in midair, and said slowly only 3 words. "I'm desolate, Marshal." The moment those words were said, the air between them froze. It was as though those words possessed a powerful demonic power that caused time to stop. After the battle at Heaven and Earth Valley, the Tao title Desolate Marshal was almost a taboo for the cultivation world. Most Dharma-characteristic Tao, lords, and conjoint body mighty figures were not even willing to discuss it. Tao, Lord Purple Peak, and the others were already scared out of their wits and nearly fell from midair. Suddenly, they recalled a description of Desolate Marshal in the cultivation world. He wore green robes and had black hair, looking like a frail scholar. All those descriptions were way too similar to the person before them. The only difference was that he looked a little sickly. Desolate Marshal. It was Tao Lord Desolate Marshal. Tao Lord Desolate Marshal was exiled into the void by a half-marshal ancestor and did not die. Furthermore, he descended in the south region. Earlier on, Elder Chiu was still filled with killing intent. However, when he heard those words, his pupils constricted and the dermic powers in his body dissipated instantly like a punctured airbag. Elder Chiu felt his limbs go cold and he could barely move. Although he was unwilling to believe it, he knew very well that this was Desolate Marshal. That aura, that gaze, and that air of arrogance was something that only Tao, Lord Desolate Marshal, was worthy of possessing. This was a murderous aura that was accumulated after he killed countless paragons, monster incarnates, and mighty figures. Even if outsiders wanted to imitate it, they wouldn't be able to. After figuring that out, Elder Chiu's first reaction was to turn and flee. How many people died in the Battle of Heaven and Earth Valley? Even the Tao lords and mighty figures of the primordial races suffered immense losses, let alone the conjoint body mighty figures of the mortal, Buddhist, and fiend super sects. Although he was at the conjoint body realm, he was already in his later years. Given his combat strength, Desolate Marshal could probably kill him with a single finger. Right now, it was already extremely courageous for him to repress the fear in his heart and stand in midair without retreating, let alone attack Su Zimo. Chapter 1370, Retreating Completely. Chapter 1370, Retreating Completely. Let's go. Su Zimo nodded to Bai Ming Shui and turned to leave the Shimen villa. The cultivators dispersed far away and opened up a path, as though they were hiding from something. In the blink of an eye, Su Zimo and Bai Ming Shui disappeared from everyone's line of sight. The entire time, no one from the Shimen and Dongfang aristocratic families stood out to stop him. Even Elder Chiu, who was at the conjoint body realm, merely stood in midair with a terrible expression and remained silent. If anyone focused their gaze, they would notice that Elder Chiu's hands behind his back were trembling slightly. A long time after Su Zimo left, Elder Chiu finally heaved a sigh of relief. A breeze blew past, and unknowingly his back was drenched in cold sweat. Merely 8 minutes passed from the moment Su Zimo said those words until his departure. However, to Elder Chiu, it was as though 100 years had passed. It was as though he had just passed through the gates of hell and was half a step in. Thankfully. Elder Chiu panted slightly with a pale expression as he lamented internally. To think that it's Tao, Lord Desolate Marshal. Who would have thought? I can't be blamed. No, this won't do. He gulped and thought to himself, Desolate Marshal's descent into the south region is a huge matter. I have to report this to the family master, elders, and grand elders before making a decision. At that thought, Elder Chiu transformed into a streak of light in a flash and sped into the distance, disappearing before everyone's eyes. Nan Gongling and the other two heaved a sigh of relief as well. Nan Gongling arrived before the Baiming clansmen and said in a deep voice, "All of you should leave as well. This matter is extremely important, and there might be unforeseen circumstances if you guys stay here." Why, yes. The Baiming clan leader nodded hurriedly. Baiming Ao mustered his courage and whispered, "Senior Nangong, was the reason why you protected us previously because of Senior Desolate Marshal?" Nan Gongling nodded and did not hide anything. "Desolate Marshal is our grand-uncle master. Your sister is my aunt master." Ah! Baiming Ao's mouth was agape, and he was momentarily stunned, unable to figure out what was going on. After all, too many things had happened today. Even dharmic characteristic Tao lords who had lived for thousands of years were shocked one after another, let alone a teenager like him. Nan Gongling continued, "The 2 perfect grade spirit weapons you used were gifts from us to our Aunt Master." No wonder, no wonder. Baiming Ao murmured softly, and many questions in his mind were gradually resolved. He finally understood why his sister possessed perfect grade spirit weapons. He finally understood why his sister could cultivate the martial Tao to such an extent in 3 years and undergo a complete transformation. That was because the frail man who had been recuperating in their family all these years was the legendary, notorious Tao Lord Desolate Marshal. The martial Tao was established by Desolate Marshal. Who else could understand the martial Tao better than Tao Lord Desolate Marshal? At that moment, Baiming Ao's prejudice against Su Zimo had vanished completely, leaving only endless admiration in his heart. He had never seen such a scene before. A single Tao title was enough to render all the cultivators of the massive Shimin villa speechless. Even a conjoint body mighty figure who was almost at the peak of the cultivation world did not dare to say anything when he heard that Tao title, let alone nascent souls or Dharma characteristic Tao lords. Against Desolate Marshal, even conjoint body mighty figures had to keep him out of fear lest they angered him and attracted death. The might of a Tao title could reach such a level. Senior Nangong. Baiming Ao's heart skipped a beat as he thought of an opportunity for the Baiming aristocratic family. He could not help but ask, "Since my sister is your Aunt Master, with a Nangong aristocratic family, stand on her side this time round and help our Baiming clan?" Nan Gongling sighed gently and did not say anything. That was also the reason why he was in a difficult position. He could stand on the side of his grand-uncle master and Baiming Shui, but he might not be able to persuade his family clan to agree to this choice. If the Nangong aristocratic family was embroiled in a feud with grand-uncle master, he would be in an awkward situation. "I've got to hurry back as well and report this matter to the family master," Nan Gongling said before leaving with Lu Hanyan and Ru Xian. Everyone from the Nangong aristocratic family left the Shimin villa one after another. "Why are you in such a hurry?" In midair, Ru Xian could not help but ask. Nan Gongling said in a deep voice, "The descent of Grand-Uncle Master is an important matter to begin with and has to be reported to the family clan. Furthermore, the news of his injuries can't be hidden for sure." Lu Hanyan nodded as well. Elder Chiu of the Shimin aristocratic family was merely frightened by Grand-Uncle Master's Tao title and lost his ability to judge rationally. If he reports the matter of the villa as it is, the family masters and elders of the Shimin aristocratic family will definitely be able to tell that something is amiss. Ru Xian looked anxious. "Doesn't that mean that Grand-Uncle Master is in danger?" "It's highly possible," Lu Hanyan said. "If the Shimin and Dongfang aristocratic families join forces, and want to lead their conjoint body experts to kill Grand Uncle Master while his essence spirit is injured. He'll most likely be doomed. If a half-martial ancestor were to attack, it would be even more difficult for Grand Uncle Master to escape. Nan Gongling sighed with a worried expression as well. Even a half-martial ancestor will attack. Ru Xian was alarmed and asked instinctively. Under normal circumstances, most people who cultivated to the half-martial ancestor realm would enter seclusion cultivation in their sects in hopes of entering the ancestor realm. They rarely appeared. Nan Gongling said, "This matter is extraordinary. After all, Grand Uncle Master is involved. There's a high chance that half-martial ancestor experts will be alerted. What should we do?" Ru Xian was anxious. Should we send a message back to the Middle Continent right away and ask Grandmaster Extreme Fire to step in? It's too late. Nan Gongling shook his head. The South region is millions of kilometers away from the Middle Continent. Even after he receives the message, Grandmaster will have to rush over. How many days will pass by then? Furthermore, even if Grandmaster comes, he'll be alone. He's only just entered the mid-stage conjoint body realm. How many people can he defend against? The Nangong aristocratic family is probably the only one who can save Grand Uncle Master. Lu Hanyan analyzed calmly. Ru Xian nodded hurriedly as well. If the Nangong family is on Grand Uncle Master's side, the Dongfang and Shimin aristocratic families might not be able to hurt him even if they join forces. It's hard to tell. Nan Gongling sighed. The three aristocratic families have always been on good terms and are on the same side. It's not realistic for the Nangong aristocratic family to help an outsider. Furthermore, Grand Uncle Master's identity is unique and he's not accepted by the immortal, Buddhist, and fiend Taoists while being hunted by the primordial races. Given the pros and cons, it's unlikely that our Nangong family will take his side. After pausing for a moment, Nan Gongling took a deep breath. No matter what, I have to return and give it a shot. Whether or not it succeeds depends on fate. I hope that the heavens will bless Grand Uncle Master and resolve this crisis. Chapter 1371, Mystery of the Bloodline. Chapter 1371, Mystery of the Bloodline. Master, with your interference this time round, things with the Dongfang and Shimin aristocratic families are irreconcilable. It's probably going to be difficult to resolve this matter. Bai Ming-Shui analyzed with a worried expression. That conjoint body mighty figure was afraid of your reputation and was scared off. However, the three aristocratic families have ruled over the South region for so long and they have many experts. As long as they gather and discuss, they might be able to discover your weakness. Master, I'm extremely grateful for everything you've done for me. However, a calamity is approaching. Please leave first and don't bother about me. Bai Ming-Shui knew that given Su Zimo's current strength and powerful physique, it would be extremely easy for him to leave this place even if he could not use dermic powers. However, she was only a golden core. It would be wishful thinking if he wanted to take her together to escape from the South region. Su Zimo had a calm expression. You don't have to worry about this. I have my own plans. Bai Ming-Shui did not persuade further when she heard Su Zimo's words. However, she continued frowning, as though she had something on her mind. You're still worried. After the two of them walked for a while, Bai Ming-Shui still had a lowered head, seemingly troubled. When he saw that, Su Zimo asked with a smile, Master, Bai Ming-Shui looked at Su Zimo, wanting to say something, but stopped. When Su Zimo saw Bai Ming-Shui's odd expression, he paused and turned to ask, why? What happened? Bai Ming-Shui took a deep breath of air. Master, I entered the 9th transformation of the martial Dao Dragon Elephant Force during my fight with some nascent souls of the Dongfang aristocratic family in the Shimin Villa. Thereafter, I cultivated a bloodline phenomenon as well. Yes. Su Zimo nodded. Speaking of which, Your bloodline phenomenon is indeed rather shocking. There's a terrifying demon beast hidden within the Biming Ocean. If I'm not wrong, there's a high chance that this demon beast is from one of the primordial 9 races, the Kuan race. Biming Shui had a lost expression. I don't know either. However, the moment my bloodline phenomenon appeared, I vaguely sensed that something was calling to me from Biming Town. Su Zimo's heart stirred, and he narrowed his eyes in deep thought. Do you still have that feeling? Su Zimo asked. Yes. Biming Shui nodded. Let's go. We'll check out Biming Town. Su Zimo said before speeding towards Biming Town with Biming Shui. Before long, the two of them returned to Biming Town. How is it? Su Zimo asked. Biming Shui closed her eyes to sense and nodded. It should be here, but I don't know what it is exactly. Is there anything special about Biming Town? Su Zimo looked at the town and asked. Biming Shui smiled bitterly. There's nothing much. Over the years, Biming Town has been searched by cultivators of the 3 aristocratic families. Even if a rock was passed down from the ancient era, it would have been taken away by the cultivators of the 3 aristocratic families, let alone treasures or secret skills. Where's the ancestral hall? Su Zimo asked again. Under normal circumstances, the ancestral hall of a clan was the most important place for a family clan and might contain some secrets. Biming Shui shook her head. The ancestral hall has been torn down by the 3 aristocratic families countless times over the years. This ancestral hall was built by descendants and can't be anything special. Pausing for a moment, she continued, the only thing special about this town is that it was the origin of the Biming clan. It can be considered as our final place of belonging. Su Zimo fell into deep thought. A moment later, Biming Shui could not help but ask, Master, are you guessing that my feeling has something to do with the secret guarded by the Biming aristocratic family? It's highly possible. Su Zimo nodded and did not hide his thoughts. Biming Shui shook her head. However, if there's truly some secret in Biming Town, it would have been discovered a long time ago. The Biming clan has been passed down and has thousands of clansmen. Why am I the only one with such a strange feeling? When he heard that question, Su Zimo's eyes lit up as he blurted, Bloodline! What? Biming Shui asked instinctively without understanding. Su Zimo said in a deep voice, You once said that the cultivation techniques and treasures of the Biming aristocratic family were divided among the 3 aristocratic families and declined day by day. Restricted by the 3 aristocratic families to this place without any cultivation resources, nobody could travel outside. Therefore, there haven't been any powerful cultivators born over the years. Right now, the strongest in the Biming family are only nascent souls. Biming Shui said, However, I'm only at the Golden Core realm and can't compare to my predecessors. You're different from them. Su Zimo said, You've cultivated a bloodline phenomenon. Biming Shui opened her mouth slightly and gradually understood. Su Zimo said, Cultivating a bloodline phenomenon is equivalent to awakening some power within your bloodline. That's the reason why you could sense something within Biming Town. Biming Shui's heart started racing. She could also vaguely sense that the secret guarded by the Biming aristocratic family was very likely about to be unveiled. But what is that secret? How do we find it? Biming Shui felt her mouth go dry and asked, Bloodline. Su Zimo said deeply, Perhaps your bloodline is the key. Without hesitation, Biming Shui flicked her sharp fingernails and scratched her wrist gently. Instantly, a scar appeared on his wrist. Given Biming Shui's current physique, even connate spirit weapons would have difficulty injuring her. They were not even as sharp as her fingernails. Fresh blood flowed out and dripped onto the ground beneath her. The blood seeped into the mud and vanished. There was a long silence. A look of disappointment flashed through through Baiming Shue's eyes. All of a sudden, the ground quaked. Immediately after, an extremely terrifying aura burst forth, and the entire Baiming town trembled violently as the ground quaked. Many Baiming town clansmen shouted and fled in all directions. Hum, hum, hum. Beams of light broke through the mud and dust, bursting forth from underground and illuminating the void. It's an ancient seal. Su Zimo narrowed his gaze at the light and exclaimed softly. To think that an ancient seal was hidden beneath Baiming town, and the opportunity to trigger it was actually the bloodline of the Baiming clan. However, the prerequisite was that someone from the Baiming clan had to be able to cultivate a bloodline phenomenon and awaken the true power of the Baiming clan's bloodline. When he saw that, Su Zimo felt a little sad. Throughout history, the three aristocratic families had never given up on exploring the secrets of the Baiming clan. However, under the pressure of the three aristocratic families, it was difficult for their clansmen to cultivate. It was already rare for them to cultivate a golden core phenomenon, let alone a bloodline phenomenon. That was the reason why the secret of the Baiming clan was buried for so long without being discovered. The three aristocratic families racked their brains and resorted to unscrupulous means. However, they did not expect that this secret was killed by them personally. A freak combination of circumstances caused Su Zimo to arrive at Baiming town. He wanted to sever his karma by taking in Baiming Shue as a disciple and imparting his Tao to her. If not for that, the secret of the Baiming clan would probably be buried forever. Chapter 1372, Divine Spring. Chapter 1372, Divine Spring. Before long, the lights faded gradually. The appearance of Baiming town changed drastically as well. The massive town seemed to have vanished, and a gigantic pit appeared on the ground. It was dark and deep, leading to unknown places. Su Zimo said, "Let's go and take a look." The secret guarded by the Baiming aristocratic family should be beneath. Yes. Baiming Shue nodded. Worried about any danger, Su Zimo walked to the front with Baiming Shue behind him. Some of the Baiming clansmen were jittery and lingered around the pit, not daring to head down. About half an hour later, Su Zimo and Baiming Shue arrived at the bottom of the pit. It was clear that someone had painstakingly built this place. There were stone steps beneath their feet that paved the way, and many ancient rocks in the surroundings that gave off an antiquated aura. At the bottom was a long tunnel. Thanks to his green lotus true body, Su Zimo led Baiming Shue forward. The longer they walked, the more moist the air ahead became. Furthermore, Su Zimo could clearly sense that the air in front of him was filled with immense vitality and rich spirit qi. Before long, his ears twitched, and he could vaguely hear the sound of water currents. There's a river hidden underground. Su Zimo frowned slightly before shaking his head. The water current was not loud and did not seem like it was some underground river. He led Baiming Shue further forward. After a long time, their vision opened up, and the two of them arrived at an extremely spacious hall. Both of them looked over. On both sides of the hall stood 9 stone statues that were 30 feet tall. Each of the stone statues held different weapons in their hands, and they were solemn with their eyes closed, filled with dust. At the end of the 2 lines of stone statues was a gigantic pool surrounded by jade statues. Golden ripples surged within and emitted an extremely rich aura of life. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat as he exclaimed, "The primordial divine spring!" "Ah!" Baiming Shue exclaimed as well. She had only heard Su Zimo mention it before. However, she had not expected that a primordial divine spring would be buried beneath Baiming town. Su Zimo was shocked. This primordial divine spring was clearly different from the one beneath Gu Sect. Because there was no source beneath Gu Sect, the water was stagnant. In the middle of the pool was a continuous stream of golden bubbles. Clearly, there was a source beneath that gushed with divine spring continuously. This was a primordial divine spring that was comparable to the Dragon Bone Valley. Previously, Suzimo was also curious about the secret guarded by the Baiming aristocratic family. However, he did not expect that the secret would be so shocking when it was revealed. A single primordial divine spring was enough to attract the greed of major factions and supersections. With this primordial divine spring, there was a high chance that the Baiming aristocratic family could attract countless experts and even nurture many paragons and monster incarnates to restore its glory of the ancient era. The primordial divine spring was way too precious. Up till now, the only place Suzimo knew of was the Dragonbone Valley. Buzz! Just as Suzimo was pondering, a series of lights burst forth from the hall. The 18 stone statues opened their eyes one after another and shook off the dust on their bodies with a boom. Suddenly, they came to life with a chilling, killing intent in their eyes. Anyone who trespasses into the Baiming territory will be killed without mercy. The 18 stone statues spoke at the same time. Swoosh! The stone statue at the front raised the gigantic sword in its hands and slashed down at Suzimo. The sudden sight of the primordial divine spring stunned Suzimo momentarily. Before he knew it, the gigantic sword had already descended. There was no time to dodge, and he could only extend his palm, wanting to grab the gigantic sword. Boom! The gigantic sword collided against Suzimo's palm with a loud bang. Suzimo's body shuddered as though he was struck by lightning. He was sent flying by the gigantic sword and fell hundreds of feet away with a bloodied wound on his palm. Pissed, Suzimo gasped. The power of that stone statue was way too strong. It was definitely at the conjoint body realm. The gigantic sword in the hands of the stone statue did not seem to be a dermic weapon. However, the might of the gigantic sword was obvious if it could injure the Green Lotus' true body. Could these conjoint body mighty figures of the ancient era have lived to this era? Suzimo was shocked. However, on second thought, he shook his head again. No, even Mahayana patriarchs only have a lifespan of 100,000 years. These stone statues can't be human. Puppets. A thought flashed through Suzimo's mind as he came to a realization. They must be puppets. Only puppet stone statues could ignore time and survive from the ancient era till now. Swash! Another stone statue took a huge step forward and arrived before Suzimo in the blink of an eye. Swinging its arm, it raised its saber and slashed. Suzimo could only raise his arm to defend. Boom! His entire arm went numb and lost all feelings after it was struck by that saber. Suzimo was sent flying once more and smashed violently against the wall behind him, sliding down. These stone statue puppets are way too savage. Suzimo was secretly speechless. Although these stone statue puppets were not alive, the power they released was comparable to conjoint body mighty figures. If Suzimo's essence spirit was fine, and he could use dermic powers, he would naturally have countless methods to slice the stone statue puppets into pieces. But now that his essence spirit was damaged, his combat strength was greatly reduced. He was helpless against the stone statue puppets. It was quite thoughtful of the Baiming aristocratic family to arrange for 18 powerful stone statue puppets to guard the primordial divine spring and prevent it from being occupied by outsiders. However, Suzimo lamented internally. If 2 stone statues were already enough to pummel him, how is he going to survive after the 18 stone statues surrounded him at the same time? He had dominated his life and killed countless paragons and monster incarnates. He had never tasted defeat among his peers and was not even afraid of the primordial 9 races. Was he going to be killed by these lifeless rocks? If word of this were to spread, he would become the greatest joke in the cultivation world. The dignified Tao Lord Desolate Marshal, the #1 monster incarnate of history, was hammered to death by a group of stone statues that had been passed down from the ancient era. Watch out, master! Bai Ming Xue reacted and exclaimed, lunging over with all her might to shield Su Zimo. Don't! Su Zimo spoke hurriedly. If the green lotus true body was already beaten to such a state by the stone statues, Bai Ming Xue would not survive even if she had 10 lives if the gigantic sword and saber slashed down. Bai Ming Xue closed her eyes and spread her arms to shield Su Zimo. Coincidentally, a gigantic axe slashed down. Just as it was about to land on Bai Ming Xue's head, it suddenly shifted and avoided her body, slashing onto the ground with a boom. The other stone statue puppets circled around Bai Ming Xue and charged towards Su Zimo once more. These stone statue puppets won't hurt anyone from the Bai Ming clan. When they saw that, Su Zimo and Bai Ming Xue thought of that possibility at the same time. Bai Ming Xue could only protect Su Zimo and retreat continuously. However, there was only one of her. How could she protect Su Zimo completely? In a moment of desperation, she shouted, "Stop right there!" Strange enough, when the stone statue puppets heard that, they froze on the spot and no longer attacked. Chapter 1373, Transformation. Chapter 1373, Transformation. Are those things so obedient? Su Zimo was shocked. However, he understood right away. That's right. You've awakened the power in your bloodline. As such, you're considered as the owner of this place that is acknowledged by the Bai Ming clan's ancestors. Since these stone puppets were left behind by your ancestors, they will naturally obey your orders upon sensing the aura of your bloodline. At that point, Bai Ming Xue seemed to have an understanding as well. All of you stand there and don't move. This is my master. You're not allowed to hurt him. Bai Ming Xue said to the 18 stone statue puppets. The 18 stone statue puppets closed their eyes one after another, and the divine light in their eyes faded rapidly, sinking back into silence. Bai Ming Xue helped Su Zimo up hurriedly. I am fine. Su Zimo shook his head. Although he was struck by the stone statue puppets a few times, his foundation was not injured and those were merely superficial wounds. Bai Ming Xue said, Master, you once said that the primordial divine spring can heal your essence spirit's injuries. Hurry and go. I'll guard here with these stone statue puppets and not let anyone disturb you. All right. Su Zimo pondered for a moment and did not decline. He felt emotional as he walked towards the primordial divine spring. It was because of Bai Ming Xue that he could escape from the endless void. Later on, when he witnessed the experiences she had to go through, he had the intention of taking her in as a disciple and stayed in Bai Ming Town for an entire 3 years. For the past 3 years, the life-severing curse had been pestering him and it was extremely painful. However, he did not leave because he wanted to sever his karma. To think that it was that action that gave him the chance to repair his essence spirit. Now that he thought about it, if he had left long ago to look for the primordial divine spring in order to recover from his injuries, he might not have had any outcome even in 30 or 300 years, let alone 3. Everything in the world worked in extremely mysterious ways. This was nothing more than the workings of karma. In the blink of an eye, Su Zimo had already arrived beside the pool. He had once known about the existence of the primordial divine spring from his dragon true body. However, he could not conceal the shock on his face when he saw it personally. This divine spring was the most mystical thing in the world. Just by standing beside the pool and taking a deep breath, Su Zimo felt the vitality in his body surge, causing his essence spirit to feel better. Without hesitation, he leaped into the golden pool and laid down flat, sinking gradually. Endless life force surged into his body through his pores and streams of life essence entered his consciousness, washing through his essence spirit. It was warm and extremely comfortable to be enveloped by that rich life force. The green lotus true body felt itchy and numb, as though countless ants were crawling within his flesh and organs. Su Zimo's body sank into the pool, and he bumped into a gigantic stone beneath him, causing it to give way. Perhaps due to his collision or some other reason, the round stone rolled to the side and Su Zimo sank into the pool smoothly. At that moment, the primordial divine spring was washing through the body, bloodline, bones, organs, and even essence, spirit of the green lotus true body. Su Zimo was not bothered by the stone in the pool. The nourishment of the primordial divine spring did not merely heal Su Zimo's essence, spirit, and cultivation realm. The green lotus true body underwent tremendous transformations inside out as well. Black things were spilling out of his pores like mud impurities. As for his bones, they were made with the lotus stem as the foundation and were supplemented by the treasures of many super sects. They were initially green gold. Under the baptism of the primordial divine spring, the green gold skeleton gradually underwent a transformation. It became increasingly transparent and crystalline like jade. The green color intensified while the dark gold color faded gradually. The black impurities that were washed away by the primordial divine spring were none other than the great treasures that Su Zimo refined and used to forge his bones. Those treasures were initially the destiny dermic weapons of the titular disciples and were extremely powerful. But now the green lotus true body took those melted treasures as impurities and purged them out of the body. The aura of every single bone of the green lotus true body became purer and more transparent, like a true lotus stem. His bones and bloodline underwent a qualitative change as well. Splash! A series of strange sounds echoed as his marrow flowed. As his bones grew and his marrow was swapped continuously, the bloodline that was derived grew stronger as well. In his consciousness, under the nourishment of the primordial divine spring, the creation lotus platform shone with rays of light that washed through the black-haired essence spirit continuously. Curses were the most evil. However, even that power could not defend against the primordial divine spring. Within his consciousness, resplendent light shone in a dazzling manner, and the green mist that shrouded the black-haired essence, spirit, gradually melted. The power of the curse was gradually dispelled. The green lotus true body emitted a boundless vitality from inside out that intensified. The Shimin aristocratic family. More than 10 experts sat in the meeting hall. All of them were conjoint body mighty figures, and the atmosphere was heavy. The fact that more than 10 conjoint body mighty figures were alarmed was proof of how serious this matter was. The person in the middle looked to be only middle-aged, but he had already cultivated to the late-stage conjoint body realm, with a burning gaze and the dignified aura of someone who had been in power for a long time. He was the master of the Shimin aristocratic family. Elder Chiu stood in the center of the hall. Desolate Marshal came to the south region, and now he has a direct conflict with the Dongfang as well as our families. Everyone, what do you think? The Shimin family master was calm as he took a sip of tea before saying slowly, "To think that Dao Lord Desolate Marshal would be so lucky to be able to return alive after being attacked by D Fan and exiled into the void. Desolate Marshal is a jinx. Everywhere he goes, things won't be peaceful. Desolate Marshal has a great reputation in the North and Middle Continent. However, isn't it a little cocky and arrogant for him to want to challenge our two aristocratic families in the South region?" An old man said slowly, "In my opinion, this matter can't be tolerated. We should kill Desolate Marshal to prevent future troubles." Elder Jingyu, that's a little inappropriate. Elder Chiu frowned. Although Desolate Marshal was a Dharma characteristic Tao Lord, how many conjoint body experts died in the battle of Heaven and Earth Valley? The entire cultivation world was shocked. Now that Desolate Marshal has returned, he must be extremely domineering. In my opinion, it's not suitable for us to make an enemy out of him. Fufu. Elder Jingyu smiled gently. Elder Chiu, you're old and you don't seem to be sharp anymore. From what you said, I'm certain the desolate marshal is definitely injured. What's the meaning of that? Elder Chiu frowned. Elder Jingyu said unhurriedly, according to your description, from the moment desolate marshal attacked till the end, he did not use any dermic arts and merely fought with his body. That's right, but what's wrong with that? Everyone knows that desolate marshal has a strong physique and extraordinary melee combat strength, Elder Chiu argued. Elder Jingyu shook his head. If it was just because he did not use any dermic arts, that would have been fine. Desolate marshal did not even use dermic weapons, essence spirit secret skills, or even fly through the air. How could there be nothing strange about that? Elder Chiu frowned in deep thought. Chapter 1374. Decision. Chapter 1374. Decision. Elder Chiu was a conjoint body mighty figure after all and had lived for more than 10,000 years. Now that he had calmed down, he gradually snapped out of his stupor as well. Elder Jingyu said, I'm guessing that desolate marshal's essence spirit might be injured and he's unable to connect to heaven and earth. He might not even be able to release the most basic dermic arts. Is it that serious? Could desolate marshal be hiding his skills? The other conjoint body mighty figures discussed as well. Elder Chiu remained silent with a terrible expression. Actually, he knew that Elder Jingyu's guess was extremely likely to be true as well. This meant that he was merely scared off by desolate marshal. At the thought of that, he was naturally displeased and had a hateful expression. The Shimin family master did not say anything the entire time. Only now did he put down the teacup in his hands and said indifferently there shouldn't be any problem with Elder Jingyu's speculation. In the Battle of Heaven and Earth Valley, a mighty figure of the witch race once self-destructed his essence spirit and released a life-severing curse to curse Su Zimo. Although he did not succeed, I'm sure that given Su Zimo's cultivation, there's no way he could have survived against the power of the life-severing curse unscathed. At that point, everyone present no longer had any doubts. Combining the information and many signs, it was almost certain that desolate marshal's essence spirit was injured. Furthermore, the injuries were not light. Brother Shimin, you're wise. Right then, a chuckle came from outside. A cultivator with fluttering robes walked in. Nobody present had noticed his existence previously. Greetings, Dongfang family master. The conjoint body mighty figures in the hall stood up one after another and bowed to the intruder. That cultivator was the master of the Dongfang aristocratic family. You're here too, brother Dongfang. The Shimin family master stood up and nodded with a smile, inviting, please take your seat. The Dongfang family master sat down beside the Shimin family master and went straight to the point. I won't beat around the bush. I'm here because of desolate marshal. What do you think, brother Dongfang? The Shimin family master asked. The Dongfang family master smirked coldly and merely said a single word, kill. The moment that word was said, the temperature in the hall seemed to drop significantly as a murderous aura spread with a chilling intent. The Shimin family master smiled. Desolate marshal has been famous for a long time and is troublesome to deal with. This matter should be brother Shimin. The Dongfang family master interrupted. You've also deduced that desolate marshal's combat strength is greatly reduced with his essence spirit injured. This is a rare opportunity. Any conjoint body mighty figure can suppress him. If you're worried about accidents, we'll have all the experts in this hall head over together. Our Dongfang family also has more than 10 conjoint body mighty figures waiting outside right now to act at any moment. The Shimin family master smacked his lips. This Tao Lord Desolate Marshal is easy to deal with his essence spirit injured. I'm worried about the other Desolate Marshal. The other one. The Dongfang family master frowned slightly. The Shimin family master said in a deep voice, the battle at Heaven and Earth Valley shocked Tianhuang mainland. Desolate Marshal has two true bodies. The one in the south region currently is one of them, but don't forget he has another dragon true body. At the mention of the dragon true body, there was a hint of fear in the eyes of many conjoint body experts in the hall. Although cultivators of the three aristocratic families did not head to Heaven and Earth Valley, everyone was still extremely shocked when they heard the details of that battle. Legend has it that Desolate Marshal's dragon clone was even more terrifying. Even among the primordial races, many conjoint body experts were killed by the dragon true body. The Dongfang family master frowned. That dragon true body has already been exiled to the void. How can he still be alive? That's hard to say. The Shimin family master said, since this true body of Desolate Marshal survived, there's no guarantee that his dragon true body can't survive as well. If we fail to kill both true bodies of Desolate Marshal, it'll cause huge trouble for our family clans. If it was only the Green Lotus true body, the Shimin family master would naturally not fear it. If he had to kill, so be it. However, what he was concerned about was Desolate Marshal's dragon true body. Does that mean that you're not intending to attack Brother Shimin? The Dongfang family master asked. The Shimin family master shook his head. We have to think about this matter at length and wait and see first. Actually, the Shimin family master had other plans. In his opinion, Desolate Marshal had offended too many sects and factions. As long as news of Desolate Marshal's location was spread, experts of the super sects would naturally hunt him down without them even making a move. In fact, it might even alarm the primordial races. They could kill him with the hands of others. The Shimin family was not willing to provoke a huge trouble like Desolate Marshal. Right then, a commotion came from outside. Some cultivators were speeding over with their clothes fluttering, looking extremely hurried. Reporty. The cultivator shouted from afar before he even arrived. Before long, the cultivator arrived in the hall with an excited expression and shouted, Family Master, there's news from Biming Town. An ancient seal hidden in Biming Town was activated by Biming Shui. Now, a passage leading underground has appeared in Biming Town. There's a high chance that within it there's a... At that point, the cultivator suddenly paused as though he could not believe it. A what? The two masters of the Shimin and Dongfang families asked at the same time. Both of them had already thought of a possibility. The secret guarded by the Biming aristocratic family had appeared. It might be a primordial divine spring. The cultivator said. Pissed. Gasps could be heard from the hall. The masters of the Shimin and Dongfang families stood up with shocked expressions. The Shimin family master asked hurriedly, Is this true? The cultivator replied. Some Biming clansmen went down bravely to take a look and said that there was a golden pool. Indeed. The two family masters exchanged glances. Both could tell of the excitement and greed in their eyes. What a surprise! The Shimin family master sighed. Legend has it that the Biming aristocratic family has always been guarding a huge secret from the ancient era. To think that it would be a primordial divine spring. The divine spring appeared in this generation. Unfortunately, the Biming clan has already declined. The Dongfang family master sneered with a cold expression. The Shimin family master took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, Everyone in the hall, follow me to Biming Town to retrieve the divine spring. Anyone who stands in our way will be killed without mercy. Initially, he was wary of Desolate Marshal's dragon true body. But now that he heard the news of the primordial divine spring, even if he knew that his dragon true body was still alive, he had to snatch the divine spring. The primordial divine spring was worth the risk for the Shimin aristocratic family. Furthermore, there was a high chance that Desolate Marshal's dragon true body was already dead. At the same time, the Shimin family master sent a voice transmission to a conjoint body mighty figure with a spirit consciousness and instructed. The conjoint body mighty figure retreated, secretly. Brother Shimin, I'm afraid your Shimin family won't be able to occupy the divine spring alone. The Dongfang family master smiled gently. Of course, at that time, our two aristocratic families can discuss how to divide it evenly. As for the Nangong family, the Shimin family's master paused for a moment. That will depend on the Nangong family's decision. If he's on our side, he might still have a share in the divine spring. If not, although the Dongfang family master did not continue, his meaning was clear. Chapter 1375, Elder Lon Tian. Chapter 1375, Elder Lon Tian. The Nangong aristocratic family. In the meeting hall, the Nangong family master sat in the middle. Apart from many conjoint body mighty figures, there was also a void reversion. It was Nangong Ling. Under normal circumstances, Nangong Ling was not qualified to participate in such an event given his cultivation realm. However, the discussion at this moment was unique and involved Dao, Lord Desolate Marshal. In the entire Nangong aristocratic family, Nangong Ling was probably the only one who knew Dao, Lord Desolate Marshal the best. Everyone, please speak. The Nangong family master said slowly, since Desolate Marshal isn't dead and furthermore he's Linger's granduncle master, the Nangong family should stay out of this matter. However, we just received news that a primordial divine spring might have been discovered in Baiming town. The Dongfang and Shimin aristocratic families have already set off. This matter is worth discussing. A middle-aged, burly man stood up with a ferocious expression and shouted, "Family master, what are you waiting for? You must definitely fight for the primordial divine spring." "That's right." Another person said, "The primordial divine spring is way too precious and is the rarest treasure in the world. If our family can obtain the help of the divine spring, our overall strength will double at least. But the primordial divine spring is a treasure guarded by the Baiming aristocratic family. If we snatch it from them," another person hesitated. "What are you afraid of?" The middle-aged, burly man who first spoke pouted. "The Baiming clan has long declined. It's as good as the primordial divine spring having no owner. Don't forget about Desolate Marshal." The person reminded, "He is Baiming Shue's master. We will definitely be on bad terms with Desolate Marshal if we want to fight for the divine spring." "So what if he's Dao, Lord Desolate Marshal? His essence spirit is damaged and he's already injured. His combat strength is greatly reduced. What's there to be afraid of?" The middle-aged, burly man sneered. "However, Dao Lord Desolate Marshal has another dragon true body that's currently missing. It's said that his dragon true body is even stronger in combat. If we offend him because of this and incur the wrath of the dragon true body, wouldn't we stand to lose more than we would stand to gain? After so many years, there's no news of the dragon true body. It must have flushed into emptiness after floating for such a long time in the endless void. Even if the dragon true body is alive with the super sex and the primordial races in front of us, he won't even get a chance to reach us." In the hall, everyone argued endlessly. A long time later, the Nangong family master raised his hand slowly and exerted a push gesture. The hall gradually fell silent. "Nangong Ling, what do you think?" the Nangong family's master asked. Nangong Ling stood at the end of the hall and could not speak the entire time. After all, the experts in the hall were his seniors, even his ancestors. Without the family master's question, it was inappropriate for him to take the initiative to interject. It was only then that Nangong Ling stood out and said in a deep voice, "Family master, I don't recommend becoming enemies with Dao, Lord Desolate Marshal." "Why? Even if our 3 aristocratic families join forces, we have to fear a single Dharma characteristic Dao Lord?" The middle-aged, burly man sneered. "Nangong Ling, Don't side with Desolate Marshal just because he's your granduncle master. Don't forget your surname and bloodline. Nan Gongling was not annoyed by the middle-aged, burly man's reprimand and merely shook his head. Dao, Lord Desolate Marshal, is different from other Dharma-characteristic Dao lords. What difference can there be? He merely possesses 3 supreme Dharma characteristics. The middle-aged, burly man was still somewhat disdainful. Furthermore, his essence spirit is damaged. He can't even release the most basic dharmic arts, let alone his heaven and earth dharma characteristics. Without witnessing it personally, it's impossible to imagine how terrifying Dao, Lord Desolate Marshal, is. Nan Gongling said, "How tragic was the battle at Heaven and Earth Valley? Wasn't that lesson enough?" After a brief pause, he continued, "Furthermore, I want to remind you elders that since there's a primordial divine spring, there's a high chance that Dao, Lord Desolate Marshal's injuries will recover completely. At that time, even conjoint body mighty figures might not be able to suppress him." Suddenly, the hall fell silent. Many conjoint body mighty figures revealed wary expressions. The middle-aged, burly man clenched his fists gently and said coldly, "What are you afraid of? At the most, we'll just get a half-marshal ancestor of our family clan. Even if Desolate Marshal's injuries are healed, we can kill him. What if Dao, Lord Desolate Marshal, enters the conjoint body realm?" Nan Gongling asked again. "That's impossible." The middle-aged, burly man waved his hand. "How long has this Desolate Marshal only been in the Dharma characteristic realm for? More than 100 years? He's definitely daydreaming if he wants to advance to the conjoint body realm right now. Furthermore, the conjoint body realm is to fuse heaven and earth Dharma characteristics into one's body. Desolate Marshal possesses 3 supreme Dharma characteristics. Although he's incomparably strong and can sweep through everyone of the same cultivation realm, there's an equivalent balance of good and bad fortune for everything in this world. If he wants to fuse the 3 supreme Dharma characteristics into his body won't be able to withstand it, and he'll explode. Advancement to the conjoint body realm was not completely safe without risk for cultivators. The stronger the heaven and earth Dharma characteristic, the greater the danger of fusing with the body. However, Su Zimo had 3 supreme Dharma characteristics. This was unprecedentedly dangerous. In truth, the cultivators in the hall did not know that in the current generation, there was a person who had successfully fused 4 supreme Dharma characteristics into his body. However, that person was far-sighted and planned everything with a shocking spirit. He schemed against all the experts in the world and was the biggest beneficiary of the battle of Heaven and Earth Valley. The Nangong family master nodded as well. With the help of the primordial divine spring, it's possible for Desolate Marshal's injuries to recover completely. However, it's definitely impossible for him to advance to the conjoint body realm. The middle-aged burly man said, "Family master, give the order. If we attack now, we can still take our share of the loot. If we're too late and the divine spring is controlled by the Dongfang and Shimin aristocratic families, it'll be too difficult for us to fight for it." The Nangong family master frowned and was still hesitant. What's with the crowd? Right then, an old voice sounded from outside the hall. An old man with a dragon head walking stick-walked in stealthily. He looked like he was in his twilight years and could die at any moment. "Greetings, Grand Elder." Everyone in the hall stood up and bowed, respectfully. Even the Nangong family master walked down from the main seat and whispered, "Elder Lan Tian, you're here." Anyone who could be a grand elder of the 3 aristocratic families were all half-martial ancestors. Although Elder Lan Tian seemed like he was at the end of his lifespan with his blood qi deteriorating, in reality he had already lived for 20,000 years. Everyone knew that conjoint body mighty figures had a lifespan of 20,000 years. Strictly speaking, Even half-martial ancestors were still at the conjoint body realm and had not truly entered the Mahayana realm. However, half-martial ancestors could live beyond 20,000 years. With Elder Lan Tian stepping in, even if desolate Marshall's injuries are healed, we have nothing to fear. The middle-aged, burly man shouted with a delighted expression. Elder Lan Tian leaned on his walking stick and laughed before saying slowly, "The Nangong family will wait to watch and see first." Grand Elder. The middle-aged, burly man could not help but say, "If the Dongfang and Shimin aristocratic families get their hands on it first, our Nangong family might never get the chance to obtain the primordial divine spring ever again." "There's no need to discuss this, I have decided," Elder Lan Tian said indifferently. There were no further objections in the hall. Even the Nangong family master could not disobey the orders of a half-martial ancestor. Chapter 1376, Gigantic Stone. Chapter 1376, Gigantic Stone. Biming Town. Some Biming Town clansmen could not help but feel curious and headed down the stone steps as well. However, they were blocked by Biming Shui when they reached the entrance of the hall. "None of you can enter for the time being. Everyone disperse." Biming Shui looked at her Biming clansmen and said in a deep voice, "Why can't we enter? We're also from the Biming clan." "That's right. The secret of the Biming clan is definitely hidden here. Why should you be the only one to occupy it, Biming Shui?" Some of the Biming clansmen stood at the entrance and made a fuss, wanting to barge into the hall. Biming Shui's expression turned cold. In a flash, she arrived at the entrance of the hall and punched the cultivator at the front. The cultivator was sent flying and smashed into a cultivator behind him, screaming in pain as he fell to the ground. "Scram," she said coldly, "this is on account that we're both from the same clan. Otherwise, I would have taken your life with that single punch earlier on." Although Biming Shui was a woman, she was decisive to kill. Otherwise, she would not have dared to cripple Dongfang Ji in front of the experts of the two aristocratic families in the Shimin Villa. Su Zimo was recuperating in the primordial divine spring, and she could not let anyone barge in to disturb him. Furthermore, news of such a huge commotion in Biming Town must have already spread to the three aristocratic families. It was hard to guarantee that no experts would arrive soon. If the Biming clansmen remained here, they would only be courting death. "Sister." Biming Ao and the others had already rushed back from the Shimin Villa. "Little brother, leave this place with our clansmen first," Biming Shui said in a deep voice. "All right." Biming Ao nodded. He trusted his sister completely. Furthermore, there was a top-tier figure backing her. As long as that person was alive, his sister would not be in danger. Before long, Biming Ao left Biming Town with his Biming clansmen. Biming Shui guarded the entrance of the hall and looked back in the direction of the primordial divine spring with a worried expression. Nothing happened after such a long time. I wonder how Master's essence spirit is and whether it's healed. I'm afraid there's not much time left. Biming Shui thought to herself. In the pool, although Su Zimo did not move, his green lotus true body underwent a tremendous change. At that moment, the impurities of the green lotus true body were almost purged. Every single bone of the green lotus true body was green and crystalline like jade. They were filled with a resplendent glow, and his marrow rumbled, producing powerful bloodlines that transformed his flesh and organs. If even the treasures of the supersex were removed as impurities, how strong was the green lotus true body? Within his consciousness, resplendent lights shone in a dazzling manner, and the creation lotus platform was filled with vitality and chaos chi. The black-haired essence spirit sat on it, and the life-severing curse on his body had vanished completely. As Su Zimo had expected, with the help of the primordial divine spring, the danger of the life-severing curse was resolved. Moreover, he was experiencing another opportunity. After obtaining the nourishment of the primordial divine spring, the creation lotus platform and the green lotus true body formed an extremely mysterious connection. It was like the fusion of the lotus root and his bloodline. The lotus platform was within his consciousness. The lotus leaves were skin. The lotus stem was the bones. At that moment, Su Zimo felt that his body had already vanished. It was as though he had transformed into a green lotus that swayed in the primordial divine spring. If Bai Mingxue were to turn back now, she would be shocked to discover that. Lotus leaves floated on the surface of the golden pool. On the lotus leaves were lotus flowers. They had yet to blossom and were merely buds, pink and translucent like jade. Under the nourishment of the primordial divine spring, the lotus flower buds swayed gently and emitted a tremendous amount of life force. Although his essence spirit had already recovered, Su Zimo did not get up. He intended to seize the opportunity to attempt a breakthrough to the conjoint body realm. Under normal circumstances, one would definitely have to endure immense danger if they wanted to fuse 3 supreme Dharma characteristics. Even the green lotus true body could not defend against it. However, with the primordial divine spring present, his chances of success were much higher. This was an extremely rare opportunity that Su Zimo did not want to miss. Swoosh! The first supreme Dharma characteristic appeared. Thunder Dharmic body. The thunder Dharmic body was like a thunder god that wielded a whip that flashed with lightning. Dark clouds gathered above its head, and it stood on a sea of lightning with a stern expression that could not be ignored. Su Zimo fused the heaven and earth Dharma characteristic into his body with his massive spirit consciousness. Yes, Su Zimo grunted with a pained expression. How strong were supreme Dharma characteristics? They could even kill ordinary, conjoint body mighty figures. The fusion of that terrifying power into his body was a huge burden for the flesh. Even the green lotus true body could not withstand it. Poof! 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 Instantly, wounds tore through the skin of the green lotus true body, and Su Zimo turned into a bloodied figure. Countless fresh blood flowed out and surged into the lake. However, under the nourishment of the tremendous life force from the primordial divine spring, the wounds on the green lotus true body healed rapidly. However, the power of a supreme Dharma characteristic was too strong, and the wounds that had just healed ruptured once more. The entire golden pool was dyed red. Right then, an oval-shaped gigantic stone in the depths of the lake suddenly moved. It coiled around Su Zimo's body excitedly and spun continuously. Strange enough, after the gigantic stone circled a few times, the blood color around Su Zimo disappeared and the divine spring turned golden once more. With no more fresh blood in the pool, the gigantic stone seemed displeased and circled continuously. It would even nudge Su Zimo from time to time. However, Su Zimo was currently in immense pain and was oblivious to everything that was happening in the pool. An unknown period of time passed. Su Zimo finally snapped out of his stupor and regained his senses. It was way too scary. It was already this dangerous with a single supreme Dharma characteristic. Furthermore, that was under the nourishment of the primordial divine spring. It was almost certain that, if not for the primordial divine spring, Su Zimo would definitely explode and die if he tried to forcefully fuse 3 supreme Dharma characteristics. At that thought, a figure flashed through Su Zimo's mind. If 3 supreme Dharma characteristics are already so dangerous, what about 4? Even though Su Zimo had already cultivated to this point, that person was even more unfathomable in his heart. Right then, something seemed to have bumped into him from the pool. It was neither heavy nor light. Instinctively, Su Zimo slapped the thing with his backhand. It was rough to the touch and looked like a stone. However, he was not bothered by it and merely thought that the stone hit him due to the churning movement of the divine spring. Su-Zimo composed himself and continued to absorb the second supreme Dharma characteristic, the Rulai Dharmic body. The 90 feet tall Rulai Dharmic body had a dignified expression. Lowering its head, it clasped its palms together and chanted Sanskrit with a divine benevolence. Su-Zimo fused the heaven and earth Dharma characteristic into his body. At that moment, Su-Zimo felt as though his green lotus true body was about to explode. Poof! The flesh of the green lotus true body split and fresh blood surged. Even his organs could not withstand the pressure, and cracks appeared. Su-Zimo opened his mouth and wanted to roar out in pain. However, he ended up drinking a mouthful of spring water and could only let out gurgling noises. In the depths of the pool, the gigantic stone closed in once more. Chapter 1377, The True Secret. Chapter 1377, The True Secret. The immense pain tortured Su-Zimo repeatedly. More fresh blood gushed into the pool, and the green bones in Su-Zimo's body were regenerating new bloodlines continuously. Coupled with the primordial divine spring, his body was being repaired continuously. The power of a supreme Dharma characteristic was way too strong. Even the green lotus true body could not withstand it. Su-Zimo's consciousness turned hazy, and he fainted countless times before being awakened by the immense pain once more. An unknown period of time passed. The pain on his body gradually lessened. After his wounds healed, they no longer ruptured and had already become scabs that fell off. Su-Zimo exhaled deeply. He had finally endured through it. However, the entire process was way too painful. Even with his immense willpower, he had to faint countless times. If it was anyone else, they would have broken down long ago. Furthermore, that was only the fusion of two supreme Dharma characteristics. If he wanted to advance to the conjoint body realm completely, he would have to fuse a third supreme Dharma characteristic. However, Su-Zimo knew very well that his current green lotus true body had already reached its limits after fusing two supreme Dharma characteristics. If he were to forcefully fuse the third supreme Dharma characteristic, there was a high chance that the green lotus true body would explode and die. Su-Zimo was fearless and did not hesitate at all. If he could not fuse with the primordial divine spring today, he would never have a chance to advance to the conjoint body realm in the future. The third supreme Dharma characteristic, the heavenly fiend Dharma body. Su-Zimo absorbed the supreme Dharma characteristic into his body. Boom! A loud bang sounded in Su-Zimo's mind. The next moment, his consciousness seemed to have been peeled out of his body, and he could clearly see that the green lotus true body had exploded. His flesh was ripped off and his organs were crushed, leaving only green bones that were still holding on. At that moment, cracks appeared on the bones one after another. The green lotus true body was destroyed. The injuries he suffered this time round were even more serious than when he was attacked by D-Fan. His entire body almost disappeared. Under that immense power, the green lotus true body was soon reduced to a skeleton with its life draining rapidly. Even with the primordial divine spring, it was difficult to resurrect it. The black-haired essence spirit was only spared under the protection of the creation lotus platform and the shroud of many resplendent rays of light. Su-Zimo watched everything in a daze with a dim gaze. Did he fail? Ever since this green lotus true body cultivated, it had encountered countless dangers. In the end, it was still stuck at the Dharma characteristic realm and could not attain the conjoint body realm. Of course, Su-Zimo was not sad. After all, he still had his dragon true body and his martial Tao prime body. Furthermore, he had not truly died. At the very least, he retained his essence spirit and had a chance to reconstruct his body in the future. However, It was a pity to lose the green lotus true body. He watched as a gigantic oval stone danced in the blood mist around the remnant of his bones. The stone was around the height of a man, and it had a rough surface, emanating an ancient aura. There were some mysterious patterns on it that gave off two distinct auras. It seemed to encompass the concepts of both hardness and softness, yin and yang. When the two ultimate auras made contact with the gigantic stone, an extremely strange power of breathing spread out. It devoured the flesh and essence energy released by the explosion of the green lotus true body in large mouthfuls. That scene seemed familiar. However, Su Zimo could not immediately recall where he saw it from. To think that there would be such a treasure in the depths of the primordial divine spring, he thought to himself. The creation lotus platform floated, and the black-haired essence spirit sat on it, wanting to close in and take a closer look. The moment he approached, the stone burst forth with an extremely tremendous life force. Su Zimo was shocked. He had never seen such a powerful life force, even with his dragon true body. Only the dragon true body could compare to it. It's not a treasure. It's an egg of some sort. Su Zimo reacted quickly. However, he was even more shocked. What sort of a living being's egg could produce such a powerful life force that even he was shocked? Most importantly, if no one discovered the secret beneath Biming Town, it would mean that this gigantic egg had been passed down from the ancient era. Suddenly, Su Zimo recalled the scene at the Shimen Villa. That was the gigantic demon beast that appeared when Biming Shui released her bloodline phenomenon. A thought flashed through his mind, and he had a vague guess. A Kuan egg? No, that was unlikely. Although the Kuan race was one of the primordial 9 races, their lifespans were similar to the dragon race. The life force of a mere egg would definitely not be at this level. Furthermore, the breathing and expiration power of the two extremities of that gigantic egg was way too strong. If it wasn't a Kuan egg, there was only a single possibility. It was a Kuan Peng egg. It was one of the 3 primordial taboos, the Kuan Peng. Legend has it that the Kuan Peng could turn into fish that was thousands of kilometers long, like a boundless land floating on the ocean. It could also transform into a bird and spread its wings to travel hundreds of thousands of kilometers in a single fly. Carrying the power of extreme yin and yang, it could devour the oceans and soar through the world. If Su Zimo was not wrong, the 2 ultimate powers that filled the gigantic egg should be the power of extreme yin and yang. The Kuan Ping egg was probably the only thing that could possess such immense vitality. Prior to this, Su Zimo had some doubts. Although the primordial divine spring beneath Biming Town was extremely precious, what did it have to do with Biming Shui's bloodline phenomenon? But now he understood. The secret guarded by the Biming aristocratic family was not the primordial divine spring, but the Kuan Peng egg. Right now, the Kuan Peng egg was devouring his blood. The reason why this scene felt familiar was because when Night Spirit was hatched, a similar situation had occurred. Although the primordial divine spring had immense vitality, it could only ensure that the Kuan Peng egg retained its life. A large amount of food was required for the Kuan Peng to hatch. That was the reason why the Kuan Peng egg would take the initiative to devour Su Zimo's bloodline. However, the Kuan Peng was different from the Ho. If the Kuan Peng's true form was fully released, it would be way too massive. This also meant that its devouring power was extremely strong. The bit of flesh on the green lotus true body was akin to a drop of water in the ocean for it. The amount of flesh required to hatch this Kuan Peng was unimaginable. Furthermore, given the power of the Kuan Peng, even super sex wouldn't be able to provide for it. Su Zimo's spirit consciousness merely made contact with the Kuan Peng egg for a brief moment, and he felt that it was boundless like the ocean within. This Kuan Peng egg is troublesome to deal with as well. Su Zimo muttered to himself. If that Kuan-Ping egg was exposed, it might cause chaos in the entire Tianhuang mainland. At that time, who knew how many experts it would attract? Right then, Su Zimo suddenly sensed a change in the green lotus corpse that was initially floating in the depths of the divine spring. Author's note: readers have asked, didn't Zimo cultivate a 99 feet tall Dharma characteristic? Let me explain here. The 99 feet tall Dharma characteristic was fused for the purpose of combat. It was not cultivated. Under normal circumstances, he possesses 3 supreme Dharma characteristics. If need be, he can fuse them into a 99 feet tall Dharma characteristic for combat. Chapter 1378, Grade 7 Green Lotus. Chapter 1378, Grade 7 Green Lotus. The green lotus corpse that was initially dead and filled with cracks suddenly released a trace of vitality after being washed by the primordial divine spring. Immediately after, that trace of vitality grew stronger and more exuberant, enveloping the entire green lotus corpse. His initially shattered bones gradually healed. Multicolored light filled his jade green bones, and his marrow was already flowing. The green lotus true body had actually regained his vitality. Su Zimo sensed something, and the creation lotus platform moved. It returned to his glabella to guard the spirit platform. Instantly, a mysterious connection was formed between him and the green lotus true body. In the grand hall, something moved within the divine spring. Bai Ming Shui could not help but turn back. Above the pool, a green lotus grew. At the top of the lotus stem, a flower bud blossomed slowly with layers of lotus petals opening up. The innermost lotus was smaller, and the outermost lotus was the largest. Each circle consisted of 9 lotus petals. There were a total of 7 rounds. The 63 lotus petals shone with the golden dew of the divine spring and were filled with vitality. The lotus platform was green and transparent, spewing out 63 rays of green light that danced in midair before returning to the lotus cave. So beautiful, Bai Ming Shui exclaimed. Even though she saw that, she did not know what happened. Given her experience, she didn't even know what that green lotus was. However, if the conjoint body mighty figures of the 3 aristocratic families saw it, they would definitely be shocked. That was because it was a creation green lotus. Furthermore, it was a grade 7 creation green lotus. Although the creation green lotus was destroyed by Fan, it was reborn in another manner. Su Zimo's bones were the stem of the lotus, and his skin was the lotus leaves. They were connected to the creation lotus platform in his consciousness like one. He was a humanoid creation green lotus. Under the nourishment of the primordial divine spring, the creation green lotus that was initially a grade 6 fused with 3 supreme dermic bodies and finally grew to become a grade 7. That was also the reason why the green lotus true body was resurrected and successfully entered the conjoint body realm. Not many people in the cultivation world knew how terrifying a grade 7 creation green lotus was. Only Su Zimo knew that the weakness of his green lotus true body had vanished completely. The bloodline that flowed through Su Zimo's body was equivalent to the bloodline derived from a grade 7 creation green lotus. In the divine spring, Su Zimo laid at the bottom, quietly. Flesh grew from his green bones and gradually filled them. His organs gradually evolved as well. His body was transforming into a true green lotus body. Above the pool, right under Bai Ming Shui's gaze, gigantic green lotus leaves floated up from the water and lined the surface of the water. A green lotus blossomed amidst the lotus leaves. Outside Bai Ming town, figures descended one after another and stood in the air. Every single figure seemed to be able to fuse with the entire world and was one, emitting a tremendous might. More than 30 conjoint body mighty figures of the Dongfang and Shimin aristocratic families arrived. The three aristocratic families dominated the South region, and it has been a long time since they made such a huge move. Even the masters of the Dongfang and Shimin families were here. Indeed, no one from the Nangong family is coming. The Dongfang family master sneered. The Shimin family master had a calm expression as he said indifferently, "Since they're not here now, there's naturally no need for us to share the primordial divine, spring, with the Nangong family after we obtain it." "That's right." The Dongfang family master nodded. The conjoint body, mighty figures were in no hurry to attack. Instead, they looked down at the gigantic cave beneath Bymingtown. The Shimin family master closed his eyes for a moment and suddenly opened them. "Although I can't see the depths, the aura beneath is indeed filled with rich life force." "Family master, let's attack." A mighty figure was eager and could not help but say, "I'm willing to be the first to enter and suppress desolate Marshal." "What's the hurry?" The Shimin family master smiled gently. "The primordial divine spring and Tao, Lord Desolate Marshal, are beneath Bymingtown. There's no way they can escape. Let's join forces and seal the space here first to prevent Tao, Lord Desolate Marshal, from using a transference talisman to teleport away." "That's right. Since we chose to attack today, we have to eliminate the root of the problem to prevent future troubles." The Dongfang family master was murderous as well. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The conjoint body mighty figures dispersed and scattered all over Bymingtown. They conjured hand seals and released dermic powers one after another, entering the void to set up layers of restrictions. Before long, the space here was sealed by more than 30 conjoint body mighty figures. "Come, let's head down." "Please." The two family masters had confident expressions and gave way to one another before continuing down the stone steps side by side. The remaining conjoint body mighty figures followed closely behind. The underground passage was not complicated, and before long, the conjoint body mighty figures caught sight of a hall ahead. At the same time, Bai Mingxue, who was guarding the entrance of the hall, caught sight of more than 30 conjoint body mighty figures, including the Dongfang and Shimin family masters. Bai Mingxue's heart skipped a beat. Although she did not recognize the people who had arrived and could not tell the cultivation realms of those cultivators with her eyesight, she could sense immense danger from them. Without hesitation, she retreated and dodged behind a stone statue puppet. At the same time, the Shimin family master smiled and blinked. Suddenly, a golden light flashed through his eyes. Clang! The golden light burst forth from his eyes and arrived instantly, slashing a deep scar on the stone statue puppet. Visual technique. If Bai Mingxue had not reacted swiftly and hid herself beforehand, that visual technique would have been enough to kill her. Conjoint body mighty figures did not even have to move their fingers to kill a golden core. She's not dead? The Shimin family master frowned slightly, and his expression darkened. It was truly embarrassing for a conjoint body mighty figure to fail in a personal attack to kill a golden core. "Little girl, you're quite quick to react," the Shimin family master said indifferently with a sinister tone and murderous intent. In that short period of time, they had already closed into the hall without any pause and were only a few feet away. "All of you, guard the entrance and don't let anyone in. Without my orders, anyone who trespasses into the hall shall be killed without mercy." Bai Mingxue ordered swiftly without wasting her breath on the Shimin family master and the others. Hum, hum, hum. The initially silent stone statue puppets suddenly opened their eyes and released a series of divine lights, awakening completely. Bang, boom, boom. The stone statue puppets moved in unison and stood at the entrance of the hall, wielding gigantic weapons like massive gods. "Family master, look." Right then, a conjoint body mighty figure pointed in the direction of the hall with a shocked expression and exclaimed with widened eyes, The mighty figures of the two aristocratic families looked over, and their gazes penetrated the stone statue puppets into the pool in the depths of the hall. A green lotus blossomed on the surface of the lake and swayed gently. The lotus stem was crystal clear like jade as gigantic lotus leaves lined the surface of the golden water, fluttering with the waves. This is... The crowd was shocked. Creation green lotus. Heavens, it's that utmost treasure of the universe. Let me count. It's a grade 7 creation green lotus. A conjoint body, mighty figure's voice was trembling. To think that the Byming clan would guard such a shocking secret. They sure hid it well. Every cultivator's eyes were filled with greed. Who wouldn't be tempted by an utmost treasure of the universe as such? Chapter 1379, Retreating in Defeat. Chapter 1379, Retreating in Defeat. The moment they saw the grade 7 creation green lotus, a mysterious change happened between the Dongfang and Shimin aristocratic families. The two aristocratic families could divide and occupy the primordial divine spring together. However, there was only a single grade 7 creation green lotus. Fufu. The Dongfang family master chuckled. Brother Shimin will follow our original plan and rush in to suppress desolate Marshall. As to who will get their hands on the grade 7 creation green lotus, why don't we take a breather and discuss it later? No problem. The Shimin family master nodded as well. If the two aristocratic families were to fight because of this universal utmost treasure before desolate Marshall was suppressed, that would be the greatest joke. The gaze of the Dongfang family master shifted to the dozens of stone statue puppets at the entrance of the hall, and he sneered, "Little girl, you're truly way too naive to think that you can stop us with just a few puppets." Brother Dongfang, don't underestimate these puppets. They are rather special to be able to block my visual technique, the Shimin family master said. They're just a bunch of useless rocks without essence spirits and can't use dermic arts. What's the big deal? The Dongfang family master waved his hand and ordered, "Attack!" Two conjoint body mighty figures could not hold it in and appeared right away, charging towards the hall. Get lost! The mighty figure of the Dongfang aristocratic family wielded a gigantic spear. As the spear quivered, dermic powers surged and the void distorted, as though a vortex had formed that could devour and crush everything. In the hall, Bai Ming-Shue's face was pale. Although she was standing in the hall, the aftershock of the attack from a conjoint body mighty figure was enough to make her feel extremely uncomfortable. In fact, she could not even control her body as she staggered towards the entrance of the hall. The power of a conjoint body was way too strong. Bai Ming-Shue was only at the Golden Core realm after all. All of a sudden, the grade 7 creation green lotus behind Bai Ming-Shue swayed gently and emanated rays of light that enveloped her, neutralizing the power of the conjoint body mighty figure. Bai Ming-Shue retreated hurriedly away from the entrance of the hall and could only command the 18 stone statue puppets to guard the hall. It's truly an utmost treasure of the universe. To think that it can possess such a mysterious power to be able to protect its master on its own. Upon seeing that, the gazes of the conjoint body mighty figures of the two aristocratic families turned increasingly fervent. A stone statue puppet with a spear struck at the same time and thrust forward forcefully. There were no dermic powers or mysterious moves. However, an extremely terrifying power was released the moment it attacked. Boom! The two spears collided with a loud bang. The stone statue puppet did not retreat at all and managed to defend against the attack of the mighty figure of the Dongfang aristocratic family completely. A conjoint body mighty figure of the Shimin aristocratic family had already arrived. He swiped his storage bag and a cold flying sword appeared. Turning into a streak of light, it arrived before a stone statue puppet instantly. Clang! The sword was extremely fast and pierced the chest of the stone statue puppet instantly. It did not manage to pierce it at all. On the contrary, the stone statue puppet reacted and raised the gigantic sword in its hands, sending the flying sword flying into the distance. Upon seeing that, apart from the two family masters, the other conjoint body mighty figures attacked as well. The battlefield was not considered spacious, and 18 stone statue puppets guarded the entrance of the hall. Although the attacks of the conjoint body mighty figures were ferocious, they could not charge and right away. The two family masters stood with their hands behind their backs in no hurry. Indeed, those stone statue puppets were extremely unique, and their combat strength was comparable to conjoint body mighty figures. Even in the current puppet sect, they were extremely rare. Furthermore, those stone statue puppets were invulnerable to weapons and possessed immense strength. Even some mighty figure, dermic weapons, could not damage their foundation. Of course, the two family masters had already discovered the weakness of the stone statue puppets within that short period of time. Firstly, the stone statue puppets had been buried for too long. Passed down from the ancient era until now, even the best rocks were inevitably corroded by time and were far inferior compared to before. Even the lifespan of a Mahayana patriarch was only 100,000 years. Countless 100,000 years have passed since the ancient era. The two family masters watched carefully. Although mighty figure dermic weapons could not severely injure the stone statue puppets, some stone fragments would definitely be chipped off after the puppets were struck. The reason why puppets could move like living beings was because of the existence of seals. If the seals on the puppets were destroyed, the puppets would become a bunch of useless rocks without any combat strength. Furthermore, the stone statue puppets could not use dermic arts, and they were slow and not as agile as cultivators. Before long, the stone statue puppets were filled with injuries. Cracks appeared one after another on their massive bodies. Some of the ancient seals on the puppets had already been destroyed, and they were moving even slower and much weaker than before. Brother Shimin, let's attack as well, lest there are lingering problems, the Dongfang family master said idly. All right. The Shimin family master nodded slightly. In a flash, his sleeves fluttered and his palm shone with a resplendent glow. The weapon of the Shimin family master was a pair of iron gloves. They were made from the fallen stars in the skies and were indestructible. It was a true Khanate mighty figure dermic weapon. Bang! The Shimin family master arrived at a stone statue puppet and raised his arm, smashing it on the head. The stone statue puppet was sent flying and smashed heavily onto the ground. Cracks appeared densely on its head. The divine light in the eyes of the stone statue puppet gradually dimmed as well. Although the stone statue puppet could still struggle and stand up, it no longer had any combat strength. The Dongfang family master had already crippled a stone statue puppet as well. The stalemate was broken the moment the two of them joined the battlefield. The 18 stone statue puppets revealed openings as well. The remaining conjoint body mighty figures roared and released a powerful attack. Before long, a gigantic hole was torn open and they charged in. Bai Ming Xue's heart skipped a beat. In the blink of an eye, 5 of the 18 stone statue puppets were crippled and the remaining 13 were filled with injuries. Some of them could not even stand steadily. Naturally, the entrance of the hall could not be defended and the remaining stone statue puppets retreated into the hall. The two family masters led more than 30 conjoint body mighty figures to swarm in. Fu. The Dongfang family master smiled gently and declared loudly, "Little girl, I've already said that it's a fool's dream for you to think that you can stop us with these lousy rocks." "Where's Desolate Marshal?" the Shimin family master asked coldly. Bai Ming Xue was drenched in sweat against the might of a group of conjoint body mighty figures. She could barely withstand the pressure and wanted to kneel on the ground. However, She had a stubborn and unyielding character and remained silent against the questions of a conjoint body mighty figure. Not telling. The Shemin family master's expression turned cold as he said coldly, "If you don't tell me, I have a way to make you tell me." Just as he was about to attack, the conjoint body mighty figure at the side suddenly exclaimed, "Ah! The creation green lotus is gone." Everyone turned over. Indeed, the creation green lotus vanished from the golden pool as though it had never appeared. How could that be? The cultivators were bewildered. The two family masters frowned as well. All of a sudden, a possibility crossed their minds. Broop, broop. Right then, a few bubbles appeared on the golden water surface. Under the gazes of the cultivators, a figure gradually floated to the surface. Chapter 1380, Ruptured. Chapter 1380, Ruptured. Swoosh! The sound of water echoed as a figure walked out of the primordial divine, spring-drenched. The figure merely shuddered gently, and the water vapor around him vanished. He had black hair, green robes, and refined features. His body could be described as perfect and shone with a green glow. His skin was crystal clear as though it was carved from divine jade, and a tremendous amount of life force almost seeped out from his body. His eyes shone brightly with a divine glint. He did not look like a human cultivator at all. On the contrary, he looked like a godly being that could not be ignored. Even just by standing there, he exuded a terrifying aura that made one feel like prostrating. Some conjoint body, mighty figures were shocked when they saw that figure. When the gazes of many mighty figures met with that figure, they felt a little scared and avoided it instinctively. Their expressions changed slightly as well. The Shemin family master narrowed his eyes and his pupils constricted. "Tao, Lord Desolate Marshal." "I'm Desolate Marshal," Su Zimo said slowly. The moment he said that, the mighty figures of the two aristocratic families suddenly became restless. When those words were spoken, it was clear that they still created quite a bit of shock for the conjoint body mighty figures. "Your injuries have healed." The gaze of the Shemin family master swept past Su Zimo, and he was secretly alarmed as he probed. "Completely." Su Zimo replied indifferently. "Furthermore, let me correct you of a mistake. I'm not a Dharma characteristic Tao Lord, but a conjoint body mighty figure." Both family masters shuddered. However, the two of them had high statuses and immense combat strength. Even at the conjoint body realm, they were top-tier experts and could still maintain their composure against Su Zimo, who had just entered the conjoint body realm. Expressionlessly, Su Zimo asked indifferently, "Were you the ones who wanted to kill me earlier on?" "I'm the master of the Shemin aristocratic family, Shemin Tao." Shemin Tao nodded slightly at Desolate Marshal. "I'm Dongfang Xian, the master of the Dongfang aristocratic family." Dongfang Xian smiled gently. "Fellow Taoist Desolate Marshal, you must be joking. We're only here for the primordial divine spring. As long as you give way, our two aristocratic families will definitely not be enemies with you." After knowing that Su Zimo had entered the conjoint body realm, Dongfang Xian changed his plan at the last minute and took a step back. "That's right." Shemin Tao nodded as well. "Oh." Su Zimo raised his brow and asked, "And if I refuse?" The expressions of the two family masters darkened. The temperature in the hall dipped instantly after Su Zimo's question. After a long silence, Shemin Tao said slowly, "Desolate Marshal, you're alone. You won't be able to protect this primordial divine spring. I've never thought of taking over this divine spring. However, the owner of this divine spring is the Baiming clan, not you guys," Su Zimo said. "The Baiming clan is dead." Dongfang Xian sneered. "As long as there is somebody left in the Baiming clan, you guys can't taint this divine spring." Although Su Zimo's tone was calm, it carried an unquestionable power. "Desolate Marshal, Are you declaring war against our two aristocratic families? Shimin Tao finally revealed a look of impatience and said coldly with a murderous expression, "Trying to use the might of your two aristocratic families to suppress me?" Su Zimo sneered, "I've just entered the conjoint body realm and don't wish to kill anyone. It's not too late for you guys to leave now. Also, don't harbor designs on this divine spring anymore in the future." Ha 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 ha. Dongfang Xian laughed instead out of anger and shook his head. "Desolate Marshal, you're way too arrogant. Do you really think that our two aristocratic families are weak? I heard that you're invincible, Desolate Marshal. Since this is a rare opportunity for us to meet today, we'll test out that statement." Shimin Tao said coldly as well, "As you wish." Before his sentence was finished, Su Zimo had already attacked. He strode forward and stomped on the ground, causing the entire hall to quake violently and the ground to explode. "How dare you!" There was no way Shimin Tao would have expected that Su Zimo would dare to attack first without any warning against the encirclement of more than 30 conjoint body mighty figures. Su Zimo opened his palm and grabbed Shimin Tao's head. His fingernails shone with a green cold glint that was incomparably sharp. Before his palm descended, Shimin Tao already felt a sharp pain on his scalp. "You must have a death wish." Shimin Tao let out a long roar and his blood qi surged. His glove shone brightly as he channeled his blood qi and punched Su Zimo's palm. Su Zimo did not move at all, and his palm turned into a fist, colliding heavily against Shimin Tao's fist. Bang! The two fists collided. Accompanied by a loud bang, a colorful dermic power light burst forth from the collision point and spread in all directions. Shimin Tao's expression changed starkly. He carried a connate mighty figure, dermic weapon on his palm. Initially, he thought that he could cripple Su Zimo's arm with that punch. However, he did not expect that Su Zimo would be able to defend against his connate dermic weapon with his body of flesh alone. How is that possible? Shimin Tao was shocked and his face flushed red. His blood qi and dermic powers were already pushed to their limits. "Is that all you've got?" Su Zimo was calm and composed as he asked indifferently. All of a sudden, he retracted his fist and attacked once more. The moment he threw that punch, the blood qi in his body surged with a deafening sound of tsunami. Tsunami blood. After the green lotus true body transformed, his bloodline had already reached the tsunami blood realm. Bang! The two fists collided once more. Crack! 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 The sound of bones cracking could be heard from Shimin Tao's arm. Almost instantly, the bones on his arm shattered completely before exploding into a blood mist. The power of Su Zimo's punch was way too strong and ruptured one of Shimin Tao's arms. Arg! Shimin Tao shrieked tragically and retreated rapidly. For conjoint body mighty figures, a severed arm was not considered a serious injury. In the blink of an eye, they could activate dermic powers and regrow it. However, the pain was embedded in his bones. At the same time, the remaining 30 conjoint body mighty figures attacked one after another. Su Zimo wrapped his arm gently behind him and shielded Bai Ming Shui against the incoming dermic arts and weapons as he returned a flurry of punches fearlessly. Bang! 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 Be it dermic arts or weapons, everything was blocked by Su Zimo's fists as they blanketed over the place. The crowd was shocked. That was a body of flesh and blood. Desolate Marshal, who had entered the conjoint body realm, had actually cultivated his body to such a realm. In truth, the current Su Zimo was a humanoid creation green lotus. Furthermore, it was a grade 7 creation green lotus that was comparable to a connate mighty figure dermic weapon. What dermic weapon could hurt him? Su Zimo felt the life essence in his body rumbling furiously. His organs shone with a divine light, and his flesh was pure and flawless, while his bones shone with a green glow. Every single move he made could release an unprecedented power. This was not only the heaven and earth might of the conjoint body realm, but also the power of the grade 7 creation green lotus itself. Su Zimo had just entered the conjoint body realm, and his green lotus true body had transformed. He was delighted and did not even use any dermic arts or secret skills. With just a pair of fists, he blocked the attacks of more than 30 conjoint body mighty figures. Chapter 1381 Arrival of a Half-Martial Ancestor. Chapter 1381 Arrival of a Half-Martial Ancestor. This. The conjoint body mighty figures present were shocked and felt their scalps tingle. In their eyes, the current Su Zimo was like an unstoppable divine being with unparalleled might that could not be offended. Legend has it that in the Battle of Heaven and Earth Valley, this clone of Tao, Lord Desolate Martial, had the most terrifying dermic arts, secret skills, and heaven and earth dharma characteristics. Its bloodline was relatively weaker, and it was not strong in melee combat. But now, Desolate Martial could fight them without using any dermic arts or secret skills, and was not disadvantaged. Fu. Suddenly, Su Zimo laughed. He had just entered the conjoint body realm and was not familiar with the power of the conjoint body realm. Therefore, he merely defended passively and had yet to take the initiative to attack. But now, after the series of attacks, Su Zimo was gradually gaining control of that power. You want to kill me with such methods? Su Zimo's gaze intensified, and with a bang he vanished from the spot. Because his movement technique was too fast, the void distorted everywhere his figure passed. Instantly, Su Zimo arrived before a conjoint body mighty figure, and his blood chi surged. Without any unnecessary movements, he raised his fist and punched. The conjoint body mighty figure raised the dermic weapon in his hands and blocked reluctantly. Boom! There was a deafening sound. That mighty figure dermic weapon was shattered by Su Zimo's fist. Countless shards flew back and entered the conjoint body mighty figure's body. Among them, a few shards even pierced the person's face and through his consciousness, destroying his essence spirit on the spot. The figure fell from midair. A single punch. A conjoint body mighty figure was dead. When they saw that, many mighty figures shuddered. At their cultivation realm, they were almost at the peak of Tianhuang mainland. Mahayana patriarchs were in seclusion most of the time, and some half-martial ancestors rarely appeared as well. Conjoint body mighty figures were almost considered as the top experts of the major sects and factions. But now that a conjoint body mighty figure was killed by a single punch, everyone felt a sense of fear. Cultivation was not easy. It was especially so to be able to cultivate to their cultivation realm. None of them wanted to die. However, once the battle began, they no longer had a choice. Su Zimo's counterattack had just begun. Boom! On the battlefield, Su Zimo did not have any secret skills or trump cards. He merely relied on his physique and bloodline to rampage wildly without anyone being able to defend against his power. Or rather, none of the conjoint body mighty figures present could suppress the grade 7 creation green lotus. Those that clashed head-on with Su Zimo would be severely injured or dead. Fresh blood splattered everywhere in the hall. Bai Ming Xue hid in the depths of the primordial divine spring, afraid that she would be splashed by the blood of those mighty figures. The energy contained by a single drop of blood from a mighty figure could regrow a severed arm and could destroy a golden core with ease. This battle was way too distant for Bai Ming Xue. However, being able to witness such a fight between mighty figures was an immense boost to her perspective as well. Bai Ming Xue hid in a corner of the primordial divine spring and curled up slightly with a tense expression. Right then, she suddenly felt a strange movement in the water current beneath the divine spring, as though something was swimming towards her. She was alarmed, but she endured it without crying out. She was afraid that Su Zimo would be affected because of her. With that slight delay, the thing had already arrived beside her and circled around her. It even touched her gently as though it had no ill intentions. "What is this?" Bai Ming Shui was slightly relieved and looked down. Beneath the divine spring seemed to be a gigantic oval stone. Its surface was rough with mysterious patterns. Instinctively, she reached out and touched the stone carefully. The stone did not dodge and even rubbed against Bai Ming Shui's palm as though it was sentient. How amazing! Bai Ming Shui thought to herself. It was as though she could sense that the stone was comforting her by telling her to relax and not worry. Boom! Another loud bang sounded from the hall. Instinctively, Bai Ming Shui looked up. In midair, another conjoint body, mighty figure descended. There was no longer any life in his body, and he was already dead. In that short period of time, more than 10 conjoint body mighty figures had died in Su Zimo's hands. Although these people were conjoint body mighty figures, they had not headed to Heaven and Earth Valley, let alone witness that earth-shaking battle personally. It was only at that moment that they felt the fear brought forth by Desolate Marshal. However, the two family masters still did not retreat. "Desolate Marshal, you're dead," Dongfang Xian said coldly. "When I heard that there's a primordial divine spring here, I already guessed that there's a chance for your cultivation to recover. Therefore, I've already informed the half-martial ancestor experts of the family clan to rush over." Part of the reason why Dongfang Xian notified the half-martial ancestors was because he was worried about Su Zimo. At the same time, it was preparation for the fight for the primordial divine spring. If nothing goes wrong, the half-martial ancestors of our Shimin family have already arrived as well. Shimin Tao said slowly, "Desolate Marshal, the foundation of our ancient aristocratic families is not something you can imagine. If you want to fight against the ancient aristocratic families single-handedly, you're akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot. You're courting death." "Oh!" However, Su Zimo's expression was calm when he heard that half-martial ancestors had arrived. He merely raised his brows slightly. "Since the half-martial ancestors have arrived, there's no need to hide anymore. I want to see who's the one with a death wish." "Desolate Marshal, you're way too arrogant." Right then, a figure suddenly appeared at the entrance of the hall and walked in slowly, as though he appeared out of thin air. The figure wore a simple Dao robe and looked to be in his middle years. Although he had an ordinary appearance, he stood there with a noble aura. The moment the middle-aged man appeared, a mysterious change happened in the battlefield. "Greetings, elder life severing. All the mighty figures of the Dongfang aristocratic family, Dongfang Xian included, retreated hurriedly and bowed when they saw the middle-aged man. The grand elder of the Dongfang aristocratic family was also a half-martial ancestor expert, and his Dao title was life-severing. Fufu, Desolate Marshal, seems like Difan's lesson was not enough for you." Another voice sounded in the hall. An old lady walked in slowly with a hunched back. Her hair was disheveled, and she smiled sinisterly with only a few teeth left in her mouth. "Greetings, Elder Silver Hoop." Shimin Tao and the others were delighted when they saw the old lady. It was a half-martial ancestor expert of the Shimin aristocratic family. In the blink of an eye, the appearance of two experts of the half-martial ancestor realm changed the situation. Even in terms of aura, it seemed as though the two aristocratic families had the upper hand. Bai Ming Shui's heart skipped a beat once more. Although these experts were extremely far away from her, she knew that half-martial ancestor experts were much stronger than conjoint body mighty figures. However, there was no fear on Su Zimo's face. On the contrary, a mocking look flashed through his eyes as he smiled gently. "Things are no longer the same as the past today now that I've advanced to the conjoint body realm. You guys are way too naive if you think that you can teach me a lesson with just half-martial ancestors." Chapter 1382. Desolate Marshal has gone mad. Chapter 1382. Desolate Marshal has gone mad. Hee hee hee. The old lady laughed. Her voice was sharp and unpleasant. Did I hear wrongly? Desolate Marshal. You're actually mocking our naivety? She had a cold gaze and glared at Sue Zimmo. Seems like you truly know nothing about half-martial ancestor experts. Elder Life, Severing said indifferently as well. Desolate Marshal, if you bow down now, I can make the decision for today's matter and let bygones be bygones. Everyone was shocked. Elder Life, Severing. Dongfang Xian could not help but say, Desolate Marshal killed so many of our conjoint body mighty figures. We can't let him leave. Desolate Marshal has to pay with his blood. Elder Life, Severing did not say anything and merely glared. Dongfang Xian's heart skipped a beat and he shut his mouth immediately. Elder Life, Severing looked at Sue Zimmo with a strange glint in his eyes as he said, temptingly, Desolate Marshal, think about my suggestion. As long as you're willing to bow down and take a step back, I can let you leave. How dare you show off such a low-level bewitchment technique? Is that all a half-martial ancestor can do? Sue Zimmo gave a fake smile and looked at Elder Life, Severing as though he was looking at an idiot. When he founded the martial Tao and imparted martial arts to all living beings, his mental had already reached its peak and it was rare for anyone to be able to affect his mind. Even Demonist Ji, who was best at bewitchment, had difficulty bewitching him. The only time Sue Zimmo was struck by it was in the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple. At that time, he lost to Monk Daming. However, later on, he managed to break free from Monk Daming's illusion technique. Elder Life, Severing, said that intentionally to tempt Sue Zimmo. As long as Sue Zimmo hesitated, he would definitely reveal an opening. That would be the moment for Elder Life, Severing, to attack. However, he had not expected that Sue Zimmo would be unmoved with his strong will. More importantly, after entering the conjoint body realm and the creation green lotus grew to grade 7, he no longer had any fear towards a half-martial ancestor. On the contrary, Sue Zimmo was rather eager to try. Ever since the Tao inheritance ground, he had not been able to escape the threat of a half-martial ancestor. Di Fan had almost taken his life twice. But today he had the rare opportunity of meeting half-martial ancestors who were even from super-sects. Sue Zimmo wanted to test their strength. Life Severing, why waste your breath on him? Just kill him. The old lady said coldly and waved her sleeves. Instantly, 2 silver beams of light shot out from her sleeves and arrived before Sue Zimmo with buzzing sounds. It was a pair of silver hoops. It was also the old lady's famous dermic weapon that was indestructible. Sue Zimmo's blood, chi surged, and his gaze burned. Against the dermic weapon of a half-martial ancestor expert, he did not have any intention of dodging. Raising his arms, he clenched them into fists and punched towards the silver hoops. You must have a death wish. A vicious glint flashed through the old lady's eyes. When he saw that, Elder Life, Severing, shook his head as well. To think that Desolate Marshal is not only arrogant, he's ignorant as well. To try and use his physical body to receive a dermic weapon of a half-martial ancestor, that's... Before Elder Life, Severing could finish his sentence, a loud bang sounded from midair. Boom! Almost at the same time, his fists collided against the silver hoops. Immediately after, the expressions of the old lady and Sue Zimmo changed at the same time. Impossible. The old lady widened her hazy eyes and looked at everything in disbelief. Her dermic weapon did not cripple Sue Zimmo's hands. Elder Life, Severing, could not continue either as a look of shock flashed through his eyes. On the other side, Sue Zimmo frowned as well. The old lady's dermic weapon was clearly much stronger than other mighty figure dermic weapons. Right now, he was a humanoid creation green lotus. A grade 7 creation green lotus was comparable to a connate mighty figure dermic weapon. But now, although he managed to defend against a pair of silver hoops, His hands felt a sharp pain and were slightly numb. Well, well, well. The old lady nodded repeatedly. No wonder he's so arrogant. So, he does have some capabilities indeed. After pausing for a moment, she changed the topic. However, if that's all you've got, Desolate Marshal will be removed from the cultivation world in the future. To be honest, I only used 70% of my strength earlier on. The old lady even laughed sinisterly towards the end. Oh, is that so? Su Zimo replied indifferently. I only used 50% of my strength earlier on. You sure are sharp-tongued. The old lady's expression darkened as she shrieked, Prepare to die? What are you guys waiting for? Go and capture that slut of the Baiming aristocratic family. There must be more secrets on that slut. This old lady was indeed sharp. When Dongfang Xian, Shimin Tao, and the others reached this place, they realized right away that the secret guarded by the Baiming clan was the primordial divine spring and the creation green lotus. However, the old lady could sense that something was amiss. In reality, the secret guarded by the Baiming clan was not the primordial divine spring, but a Kuin Peng egg. Elder Life, Severing, stood out as well. With a flick of his wrist, a chilling long sword appeared in his palm with a domineering sharpness. The moment the sword was revealed, the temperature in the hall plummeted. This sword is called Life Severing. Elder Life Severing said, Up till this point of my cultivation, there have been countless paragons and monster incarnates who died to life severing. You, Desolate Marshal, will be one of them. Before his sentence was finished, Elder Life Severing attacked at the same time. The tides had turned entirely. Both half-martial ancestors attacked Su Zimo at the same time. As for Dongfang Xian, Shimin Tao, and the other conjoint body mighty figures, they moved one after another as well. They circled around Su Zimo and charged towards Baiming Shui in the primordial divine spring. Any single conjoint body mighty figure could suppress Baiming Shui, let alone so many. Su Zimo's expression turned cold. I think all of you have death wishes. Suddenly, Su Zimo roared and channeled his essence spirit. This was the first time he had channeled his essence spirit after entering the conjoint body realm. His massive spirit consciousness spread, and endless dermic powers circled around him. Su Zimo's fingers moved nimbly as he conjured hand seals repeatedly. His speed was so fast that afterimages were even formed. Great Sanskrit light fist. Sandstorm. Apocalyptic fiend fist. OM. Ma. And I. Pa. Me. Hum. Fiend suppression seal. Demon subduing seal. Immortal trap seal. Immovable foundation seal. Great Vajrawal seal. Great Mount Meru seal. The six-worded Daming mantra. The Daming dermic seals. Dermic arts burst forth from Su Zimo's hands one after another in an astounding manner. The dermic arts that Su Zimo cultivated were all top tier in the cultivation world and were shockingly powerful to begin with. Now that he was at the conjoint body realm, the power of those dermic arts were already at their limits. None of the dermic arts were directed towards the two half-martial ancestors. Instead, they were directed towards Dongfang Xian, Shimin Tao, and the other conjoint body mighty figures. It was as though the apocalypse had arrived and the sky was collapsing. The entire hall was on the verge of collapsing. Fuck! Desolate Marshal has gone mad. Shimin Tao was terrified and lost his composure momentarily, cursing uncontrollably. There was no way he would have expected that Desolate Marshal would ignore the two half-martial ancestors and attack them instead. Chapter 1383. Secret of the Half-Martial Ancestors. Chapter 1383. Secret of the Half-Martial Ancestors. Impossible. When they saw that, the two half-martial ancestors were shocked. They were not even this shocked when Su Zimo's body could defend against their dermic weapons. However, this scene had completely exceeded their understanding. Under normal circumstances, ordinary cultivators could only release a single dermic art at a time. Some powerful paragons could release 2 or 3 instantly. For example, some peerless monster incarnates might be able to release 5 or 6. This was not merely a matter of whether one's essence spirit was strong enough. Rather, there would definitely be a pause after releasing a dermic art. The logic was the same as punching. If one wanted to make a second punch, they had to retract their fist and punch again. What was up with someone like Sue Zimmo, who could release more than 30 top-tier dermic arts in one go? Although the 2 half-martial ancestors had lived for more than 10,000 years, they had never seen such a situation in the cultivation world. If the 30-odd dermic arts were not targeted at Dongfang Xian, Shimin Tao, and the others, but were released towards them, while they might not necessarily be injured, they would definitely not feel good either. Actually, it was only logical that the 2 of them did not know about this. Apart from the fact that the black-haired essence spirit possessed the essence of the immortal, Buddhist, and fiend sects and was incomparably pure, there was another reason why Sue Zimmo was able to do it. It was the creation green lotus. The creation green lotus was an utmost treasure of the universe. Apart from its immense power, there were many other mysterious aspects to it. Right now, the creation lotus platform was spiraling in Sue Zimmo's consciousness and swiveled slowly beneath the black-haired essence spirit. The lotus petals were filled with a divine glow, and the 63 lotus holes spewed with rays of light, providing a steady stream of power to the black-haired essence spirit. That was the reason why Sue Zimmo was able to release a flurry of ferocious dermic arts instantly. In truth, this was an ability that was already born after the creation lotus platform was resurrected beneath Gusect. But now the creation lotus platform had already transformed to grade 7 and released that power to its limits. His attack was earth-shattering. "Desolate Marshal, you can't blame us if you have a death wish," the old lady said sinisterly. "Life-severing, don't hold back. Kill him directly." Before her sentence was finished, the old lady grabbed a pair of silver hoops with both hands and threw them forward viciously. The silver hoops turned into 2 cold beams of light and arrived before Sue Zimmo instantly. At the same time, Elder Life Severing attacked and struck the sword in his hands. The blade quivered. In midair, it was as though it had transformed into a slithering, poisonous snake. Emitting a cold aura, it bared its poisoned teeth and bit toward Sue Zimmo. 2 dermic weapons had arrived at the same time. This time round, neither of the half-martial ancestors held back. "Desolate Marshal, who doesn't know how to brag. Let's see where else you have 50% of your strength left," the old lady sneered. Earlier on, when Sue Zimmo defended against the old lady's attack, he said that he only used 50% of his strength. How could the old lady believe that? "All right, I'll let you witness my methods." Sue Zimmo's gaze intensified and his glabella shone. A green lotus platform flew out, filled with millions of green rays of light. It was bedazzling and charged towards the silver hoops and sword. Clang! Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed and sparks flew. The silver hoops revealed their true form, and the sword of life, severing, revealed its blade as well. There was a slight pause. Suddenly, the 3 weapons exploded and turned into streaks of light that flew back, respectively. There was nothing to elaborate on the grade 7 creation lotus platform. It was an utmost treasure of the universe. As for dermic weapons of the 2 half-martial ancestors, they were far more powerful than mighty figure dermic weapons. The power released by the collision of the 3 weapons was way too terrifying. If not for the creation lotus platform, even a connate mighty figure dermic weapon would be smashed into pieces. Bang! 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 Right then, the 30-odd top-grade dermic arts released by Sue Zimmo earlier on had already descended and collided against the attacks of Dongfang Xian, Shimin Tao, and the others. There was a deafening bang. Some conjoint body mighty figures could survive against dermic arts that were relatively weaker, such as the fiend suppression, demon subduing, and immortal trap seals, and would merely be severely injured on the ground. However, some conjoint body mighty figures were shattered on the spot against dermic arts like the Great Mount Meru seal and Great Vidrawil seal. Some conjoint body mighty figures were struck by 2 or 3 dermic arts. They exploded on the spot and turned into blood mists. There was no corpse left, and their essence spirits dissipated right away. In the blink of an eye, the outcome of this battle was decided. Although it was short, it was extremely shocking. The battlefield was strewn with corpses, and fresh blood was dripping in an extremely tragic manner. Bai Ming Xue widened her beautiful eyes and forgot to breathe. More than half of the remaining 20 conjoint body mighty figures were killed by Su Zimo with a single attack. Dongfang Xian, Shimin Tao, and a few others were the only ones left. There were only 5 of them. Among them, 2 mighty figures were most likely going to die, as well as their life forces drained rapidly. If not for the fact that the 2 family masters had some life-saving talismans and methods, they would have died on the spot as well. Both of them shuddered and looked at Su Zimo with fear in their eyes. Desolate Marshal. When she saw that, the old lady's eyes widened and she grit her teeth in hatred. Although the Shimin aristocratic family still had conjoint body mighty figures, the losses today were way too great. The lifespan of a mighty figure was only 20,000 years. Up to 20,000 years of consolidation. So many of them were killed by Desolate Marshal, just like that. The old lady was filled with killing intent. Seeing that her attack missed, she struck once more without giving Su Zimo any chance to catch his breath. She conjured strange hand seals with both hands that possessed a shuddering power. Her withered palms waved forward, and a cold beam of light swept past like a cold moon. It was silent and emitted a chilling aura. Buzz! Buzz! Thin tears appeared in the void wherever the cold moon passed. Even the void could not withstand the power of that cold moon. Su Zimo's pupils constricted slightly. The power of that cold moon seemed to have surpassed the limits of dermic powers. His hair stood on end. Could it be? Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. Right then, Elder Life Severing was also channeling his spirit consciousness wildly, conjuring a sword art and tapping it gently toward Su Zimo. A cold light burst forth from Elder Life Severing's fingertip. It was neither fast nor slow. However, that cold light emitted an extremely dangerous aura. Desolate Marshal, you have to pay for your insolence and ignorance. Elder Life Severing said coldly, although a half-martial ancestor has not entered the Mahayana realm, we can kill conjoint body mighty figures with ease because a half-martial ancestor has already comprehended a trace of divine power. Su Zimo realized what was happening and no longer had any doubts. There was a saying from the ancient era, spirit energy could not match dermic powers, and dermic powers could not match divine powers. Earlier on, Su Zimo sensed that the power released by the old lady and Elder Life Severing seemed to have surpassed the limits of dermic powers. There was only a single possibility: divine powers. Although it was only a trace of divine power, it was stronger and more terrifying than any dermic art. Chapter 1384, Against Divine Powers. Chapter 1384, Against Divine Powers. Although it was only a trickle of divine power, it created an insurmountable gap between a half-martial ancestor and a conjoint body mighty figure. Although it was only a trickle of divine power, the void in the hall could not withstand it, and even revealed slight cracks. Desolate Marshal, let's see what else you have. The old lady shrieked with a vicious expression. At that moment, Desolate Marshal had just released more than 30 top-tier dermic arts, and it was difficult for him to release them a second time in a short period of time. As for the Creation Lotus platform, It was sent flying due to the collision earlier on and was embedded in the wall of the hall, unable to rush over to help. Against the attacks of the two half-martial ancestors and the power of the two divine powers that spread through the air, Suzimo no longer seemed to have any means of defending. Both the old lady and elder life severing awaited Suzimo's death. However, both of them suddenly felt uneasy when they looked at him. He was way too calm. It did not seem like the despair of surrendering despite knowing that he was going to die. It was as though Suzimo had something to rely on. Impossible. Both of them denied it immediately. Even if Desolate Marshal had any trump cards left, how could he defend against the power of divine powers? The two of them were not convinced. Right then, Suzimo took a deep breath of air and his blood chi surged, pushing his bloodline to its limits instantly. Bang! Boom! Boom! The sound of tsunami blood was deafening. Trying to defend against the power of divine powers with just tsunami blood? You truly don't know what's good for you. The old lady smiled coldly and was relieved. Right then, Elder Life Severing's expression changed as he exclaimed, "Something's not right." The old lady also noticed something amiss, and her eyes widened. Both of them could sense that even after Suzimo channeled his tsunami blood, his power of blood chi was still rising without any signs of stopping. Could it be? The two half-martial ancestors shuddered. Immediately after, they witnessed an incomparably shocking scene. A sparkling green lotus appeared behind Suzimo and soared into the skies, as though it was about to burst through the entire hall. It shone with a resplendent light that spread out in a dazzling manner. This. Her lips trembled slightly and she could not continue. Bloodline phenomenon. Elder Life Severing said with difficulty. Above tsunami blood was the bloodline phenomenon. Throughout history, there were extremely few cultivators who could cultivate a bloodline phenomenon in each generation, and they were all the top monster incarnates of their respective sex. There had never been any bloodline phenomenon ranking in history. That was because there were way too few cultivators who could cultivate a bloodline phenomenon. Anyone who could cultivate one would be invincible among their peers. How could there be any rankings? However, bloodline phenomenons varied in strength as well. For example, the bloodline phenomenon derived from the dragon True Body, cultivating the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness, was extremely terrifying. The butterfly phantom that was formed at the end was even stronger and had yet to meet a match. As for this bloodline phenomenon of Suzimo, it was extraordinary as well. It was a grade 7 creation green lotus. After entering the conjoint body realm this time round, the green lotus true body transformed and expelled all the impurities in his body. Even his physical body and bloodline became extremely pure. It was only logical that he could condense a bloodline phenomenon. Both the half-martial ancestors glared at Suzimo. In a flash, Suzimo's figure seemed to have vanished. In front of them, there was only a creation green lotus that connected the heavens and the earth that shone brightly and emitted an extremely terrifying power. At that moment, the power of their two divine powers descended and collided violently against the creation green lotus. Boom! There was a deafening sound. The entire space seemed to have frozen. Bai Mingshui felt her ears sting and could no longer hear anything. Before long, her 5 senses vanished. She only gradually recovered her senses and consciousness when the water current in the divine spring surged and the stone emitted a strange power. Bang! Boom! Boom! The hull was on the verge of collapsing. Countless debris rolled down and dust billowed. Black cracks appeared in the void where they collided with a cold aura that seemed as though it could devour everything. That power shattered the void. They were evenly matched. Suzimo's bloodline phenomenon had blocked the power of 2 divine powers. Of course, that was only the power of a half-martial ancestor's divine powers. Furthermore, it was just a trace that would be almost negligible compared to true divine powers. Dongfang Xian and Shimin Tao, who were hiding in a corner, gradually returned to their senses when they saw that. The creation green lotus that they saw outside the hall earlier on was not a treasure. It was the mighty figure, Desolate Marshal. In midair, Su Zimo's figure reappeared, and he retreated a few steps. The two half-martial ancestors retreated continuously as well. Both of their faces were slightly pale. On the surface, this clash seemed to be even. However, the old lady and elder life severing were clearly disadvantaged. The old lady was almost 20,000 years old. Even if she was a half-martial ancestor and could live past 20,000 years, she would most likely not be able to live for much longer. Her blood qi was already starting to deteriorate. Elder life severing was relatively younger. However, no matter how young the two half-martial ancestors were, they could not compare to Su Zimo. Their physiques and bloodlines were worlds apart compared to him. The two half-martial ancestors suffered a slight loss in that clash. Of course, that small loss was almost nothing for half-martial ancestors. Desolate Marshal, why you? The old lady glared at Su Zimo. She wanted to say something harsh but could not bring herself to do it. Su Zimo had once said that he only used 50% of his strength. He was not exaggerating at all. The two half-martial ancestors exchanged glances. Both of them could see the deep cautiousness in the other's eyes. Within the cautiousness was even a hint of fear. Desolate Marshal had just entered the conjoint body realm. Even so, his combat strength was comparable to half-martial ancestors. Both the half-martial ancestors felt indignant. However, both of them knew that with Desolate Marshal here, it would probably be difficult for them to fight for the primordial divine spring today. Right now, the only solution was to leave as soon as possible to rush back to the family clan. At that time, they could gather the other half-martial ancestors to kill Desolate Marshal together. Ha ha ha. Right then, loud laughter sounded from outside the hall. I heard that Desolate Marshal is the #1 monster incarnate in history. Now that I'm seeing him personally, I know that the rumors are true. A middle-aged man strode in with an extraordinary aura. He looked at Su Zimo, who was in midair, and cupped his fists. I'm Nangong Li, the master of the Nangong aristocratic family. Greetings, fellow Taoist Desolate Marshal. More than 10 conjoint body mighty figures stood behind Nangong Li. Nangong Ling was among them as well. The Nangong aristocratic family had arrived at long last. Su Zimo raised his head slightly and asked indifferently, the Nangong family wants to fight for the primordial divine spring as well. Nangong Li, are you only here now because you want to reap the rewards from the fight? That's quite a plan you have there, huh? Dongfang Xian said hatefully. Nangong Li smiled gently and ignored Dongfang Xian, merely saying to Su Zimo, fellow Taoist Desolate Marshal, you've misunderstood. The Nangong aristocratic family will definitely not be enemies with you and the Baiming clan. Chapter 1385, Heaven Slaying. Chapter 1385, Heaven Slaying. Right then, another group of cultivators walked over from outside the hall. Among them were Baiming Ao and some other Baiming clansmen. Little brother. Baiming Shui frowned slightly. Didn't I ask you guys to leave as soon as possible? Why are you back again? When Baiming Ao saw that Baiming Shui was a little angered, he explained hurriedly, we wanted to leave initially, but we didn't walk far before we were assaulted by some cultivators of the Shimin and Dongfang aristocratic families. Thankfully, experts of the Nangong aristocratic family arrived and saved us. The Baiming clan leader nodded as well. If that wasn't the case, the Baiming clan would have been annihilated. Sigh. Baiming Shui was secretly shocked. To think that after the Dongfang and Shimin aristocratic families learned of the secret of the Baiming clan, They did not hesitate at all and wanted to annihilate the Baiming clan completely. Thank you, seniors of the Nangong aristocratic family. Baiming Shui bowed deeply to Nangong, Li, and the others. She also knew that the reason why the Nangong aristocratic family was willing to step in was because of her master. Even so, it was a huge favor. Well said, well said. Nangong Li smiled gently. Girl, get up. There's no need to stand on courtesy. When he saw Baiming Shui bow over, Nangong Ling dodged hurriedly. Although his cultivation was higher than Baiming Shui, in terms of seniority, it was clear he could not afford to have Baiming Shui bow to him. Su Zimo's expression softened as well. Nangong Li, as the master of the Nangong family, you're actually helping these bastard survivors of the Baiming aristocratic family. Does the grand elder of your Nangong family know about this? Elder Life, Severing, asked slowly. Of course I know. Right then, an old man with a dragon head walking stick walked in slowly. It was the half-martial ancestor expert of the Nangong aristocratic family, Elder Lan Tian. Lan Tian, the old lady hollered with a vicious expression. What's the meaning of this? Desolate Marshal has already released all his trump cards. As long as the three of us join forces, we'll be able to suppress him. At that time, our three aristocratic families can split the primordial divine spring evenly. Why not? Elder Lan Tian shook his head gently and sighed. Life Severing, Silver Hoop, stop. Stop! The old lady shrieked. How many people did that lad, Desolate Marshal, kill from our two aristocratic families? There are already 30 conjoint body mighty figures that died in his hands today. You want us to stop? Since Desolate Marshal chose to wage war against our two aristocratic families, he can dream about leaving the South region alive. Elder Life, Severing, had a cold expression as he exchanged glances with the old lady. Let's go. The two of them had already made up their minds to leave this place and rush back to their families to invite the other half-martial ancestor experts in their families. According to their calculations, if there were 5 half-martial ancestors, it would be enough to kill Desolate Marshal. Who gave you permission to leave? Right then, Su Zimo suddenly said something. His tone was calm, but there was a cold, killing intent. The old lady and Elder Life, Severing, froze for a moment. Immediately, a mocking look flashed through their eyes. Fufu. Elder Life, Severing, could not help but laugh and shake his head. Why, you still want to stop us? I'll admit that you were indeed strong enough to challenge us the moment you advanced to the conjoint body realm. However, you must be dreaming if you think that you can stand in the way of our departure. This time round, even Elder Lan Tian agreed with Elder Life, Severing. In his opinion, Su Zimo's combat strength was similar to the 2 half-martial ancestors, and neither could do anything to the other. If the 2 of them wanted to leave, Su Zimo could not stop them either. However, Elder Lan Tian's identity was unique, and he could not wage war against the half-martial ancestors of the Dongfang and Shimin aristocratic families easily. Otherwise, if the situation escalated continuously, there was a high chance that a massive battle between the aristocratic families would break out, and the consequences would be unimaginable. You guys can leave if you want to, Su Zimo said indifferently. However, the 2 of you have to swear in front of me that you will not take revenge on the Baiming clan in the future. If you break that oath, the heavens will smite you. Haha. Elder Life, Severing, was so angry that he broke into laughter instead. You actually want us to make an oath for you? Kid Desolate Marshal, who do you think you are? The old lady could not hold it in either and cursed. You weren't even born when we became famous. Are you even worthy of us making an oath? The 2 half-martial ancestors had lived for so long and had never received such treatment. To them, Su Zimo's words were an insult. Neither of them realized that Su Zimo was truly giving them a chance to survive, a choice. Since you guys refuse to swear an oath, don't leave. In a flash, Su Zimo charged towards Elder Life, Severing, and the old lady. Let's go! Elder Life Severing and the old lady did not wish to be entangled with Su Zimo. Both of them hollered and turned to speed out of the hall. All of a sudden, a shuddering killing intent descended and the temperature in the hall plummeted. Even the two half-martial ancestors felt a sense of danger. Elder Life, Severing, and the old lady looked behind them as they sped forward. That single look revealed an incomparably shocking scene. TSK! 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 Su Zimo conjured a sword art with both hands, and suddenly, blinding sword chi burst forth from his body in a flurry of thousands. Both the half-martial ancestors were shocked, and their pupils constricted. Heaven-slaying sword chi. The heaven-slaying sword chi enveloped every single point of sight. Although the heaven-slaying sword chi was extremely powerful, it could not injure a half-martial ancestor who had comprehended a trace of divine power. However, the heaven-slaying sword chi released by Su Zimo's attack was not one or two, nor was it 1,000, it was thousands. The heaven-slaying sword chi shook the heavens and earth, almost slicing the void into pieces and cutting off the escape paths of the two half-martial ancestors. Elder Life, Severing, and the old lady felt their eyes sting and tears flowed uncontrollably. Not to mention them, even Elder Lan Tian, who was outside the battlefield, was shocked and retreated instinctively, afraid that he would be embroiled in it. The thousands of heaven-slaying sword chi almost released a destructive might. Clang! 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 The old lady and Elder Life, Severing, were still fighting with their full strength. Controlling their destiny dermic weapons, they released countless talismans and trump cards to defend against the incoming sword chi. However, there were way too many sword chi that almost formed a sword sea that created raging tides and devoured the two of them. Poof! 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 A blood mist spewed out. At that moment, the two family masters, Dongfang Xian and Shimin Tao, were curled up in a corner, completely dumbfounded. They had frightened expressions, and their bodies were trembling slightly. They no longer had the bearing of aristocratic family masters. The two family masters finally realized how terrifying Desolate Marshal was, that fear would accompany them for life like a nightmare that could never be forgotten. Thud! Thud! Two bloodied figures fell from midair to the ground with weak auras. Their bodies were sliced countless times by the heaven-slaying sword chi, and their flesh were mangled beyond recognition. Half-martial ancestors were indeed powerful with immense vitality. Even after being minced by thousands of heaven-slaying sword chi, they did not die immediately despite receiving such serious injuries and were still hanging on with a single breath. Of course, their consciousnesses were already shattered and pierced by the sword chi. Even their essence spirits were injured by the sword chi. There was no way they could survive. Chapter 1386, Joining Forces. Chapter 1386, Joining Forces. Desolate Marshal, why you? Elder Life, Severing's aura was weak and fresh blood gushed from his mouth continuously. He could not even continue speaking. His organs were pierced by the heaven-slaying sword chi. No matter how exuberant a conjoint body mighty figure was, they wouldn't be able to recover from such serious injuries, such as life force rapidly draining from their bodies. Lying on the ground, the old lady tried her best to turn around and glared at Su Zimo with dead fish eyes. Her essence spirit was destroyed and she died with grievances. Before long, Elder Life, Severing, died as well. Both half-martial ancestors were dead. They had not expected that Su Zimo would have another trump card. Furthermore, the moment he released it, he was going to take their lives with it. It was no wonder why the heaven-slaying sword art was one of the 3 ancient sword arts with shocking might. Up till this point of his cultivation, the heaven-slaying sword art had almost always been successful. Back then, the only time the heaven-slaying sword Qi was dissipated was when Tao, Lord Hatred, used the Hatred Sutra to defend against everything. Most of the time, almost no one in the same cultivation realm could defend against the sharpness of the heaven-slaying sword Qi. Of course, the heaven-slaying sword Qi was not invincible as well. At the very least, Sword Sect had the earth-slaying sword art that was not weaker than the heaven-slaying sword art. If a conjoint body mighty figure that cultivated the earth-slaying sword art was born, he would be able to compete against Su Zimo. Furthermore, it was said that above the heaven and earth-slaying sword arts, there was the human-slaying sword art that was even stronger. Also, Su Zimo knew that there were at least 2 monster incarnates who could defend against his attack. One was the Azura and the other was Monk Daming. Su Zimo's imagination was running wild, and the cultivators in the hall were still in shock from earlier on, unable to snap out of it for a long time. Fellow Taoist, desolate marshal, you're truly. A long time later, Elder Lan Tian smiled bitterly and hesitated. To think that even he was wrong. At the same time, he felt relieved internally. To be honest, there were 2 reasons why he did not join forces with the Dongfang and Shimin aristocratic families. One of them was because he was worried about Su Zimo's dragon true body. Another reason was because of Su Zimo's potential. However, he had not expected that the current Su Zimo alone was enough to make him feel fear. If he had chosen to join forces with the 2 aristocratic families, there would be 3 half-martial ancestor corpses on the ground right now instead of 2. The death of half-martial ancestors is probably going to make this matter irreconcilable. Elder Lan Tian sighed gently. With more than 30 conjoint body mighty figures and 2 half-martial ancestors dead, the feud between Su Zimo and the 2 aristocratic families was completely formed. Why? Su Zimo raised his brow. The patriarchs of those 2 aristocratic families will be alarmed. Right now, he was at the conjoint body realm. Even with his green lotus true body, he could fight against a half-martial ancestor. However, if he were to fight against a Mahayana patriarch, he would definitely die without any chance of winning. I don't think so. Elder Lan Tian was unsure as well. Under normal circumstances, patriarchs will not appear unless their families are about to be destroyed. Although that was the case, the blow to the 2 aristocratic families today was way too great. There was a high chance that the patriarchs would be alerted as well. Su Zimo had a calm expression. He would deal with whatever came his way. If a patriarch descended, he would just escape at the most. Now that he had entered the conjoint body realm and had grown completely, it was extremely difficult for patriarchs to kill him as well. Su Zimo turned around slowly and looked at Dongfang Xian and Shimin Tao. Of the more than 30 conjoint body mighty figures, only the 2 of them were left. Initially, there were 2 or 3 that survived. However, they were sucked into the heaven-slaying sword Qi storm and were minced to death instantly. When Su Zimo looked over, the 2 of them shuddered with despair on their faces. The 2 of them were in high spirits before leading the mighty figures out. None of them expected to suffer such a devastating blow. Fellow Taoist desolate marshal, please show mercy. Dongfang Xian begged with a bitter expression. If nothing went wrong, he would have had more than 10,000 years to live. He did not want to die. Even if he had to give up his dignity, he had to give it a shot. Fellow Taoist desolate marshal, I'll definitely not be your enemy after I return. Shimin Tao swore hurriedly as well. Upon seeing that, everyone was filled with emotions. To think that the family masters of the 2 aristocratic families would end up kneeling to desolate marshal and wag their tails to beg for mercy. The scene of him killing 2 half-martial ancestors was way too terrifying. The 2 family masters were scared out of their wits. You guys can leave. Su Zimo had a mocking expression. After returning, tell your half-martial ancestors not to provoke me. Today's matter will end here. Why, yes. The two family masters nodded repeatedly. We wouldn't dare to. That was the truth. Even if they wanted revenge, they would have to think about it at length, or even invite the patriarch to come forth and kill desolate Marshall. As though he could read their minds, Sue Zimmo continued, If you manage to invite the patriarch out of seclusion, you have to consider carefully. If I, desolate Marshall, don't die, your two aristocratic families will never have peace in the future. That was a blatant threat. The two family masters shuddered in fear and shook their heads hurriedly. Fellow Taoist, desolate Marshall, you must be joking. We wouldn't dare to. Scram. Sue Zimmo said indifferently. When the two family masters heard that, they no longer dared to linger and turned to leave without turning back. In the blink of an eye, they vanished. The reason why Sue Zimmo released the two of them was because he needed them to send a message back. Today's matter would end here, and he would not cause trouble for the two aristocratic families because of this either. However, if the two aristocratic families refused to stop, he would have no more reservations. Good moves, fellow Taoist, desolate Marshall. Elder Lon Tian nodded slightly and praised. Why is the Nangong family here today? Sue Zimmo turned and asked. No matter what, the Nangong family did not join forces with the two aristocratic families. Due to Nangong Ling, Sue Zimmo had a good impression of the Nangong family. We are also here because of the primordial divine spring. Elder Lon Tian said, however, fellow Taoist, desolate Marshall, please don't misunderstand. I merely wanted to ask how you are going to deal with this divine spring. This is a treasure of the Baiming aristocratic family. I won't occupy it. Sue Zimmo said indifferently. Elder Lon Tian said, however, it would be difficult to guard this divine spring with just the current Baiming clan alone. Fellow Taoist, desolate Marshall, you can't guard here forever. Sue Zimmo remained silent. Elder Lon Tian continued, I have a suggestion. My Nangong family will help the Baiming clan protect this divine spring. During this period of time, my family will naturally do our best to help the Baiming clansmen cultivate without hiding anything. If the Baiming clan is in danger, we will help with all our might as well. In exchange for that, we want to share this divine spring as well. Fellow Taoist, desolate Marshall, and everyone from the Baiming clan, what do you think? Sue Zimmo said, This is a matter of the Baiming clan. I won't interfere. Actually, this was the best option for the Baiming clan. The Baiming clan could only defend this primordial divine spring if they joined forces with the Nangong family. Otherwise, any sect or faction would be able to annihilate the Baiming clan, let alone the Dongfang and Shimin aristocratic families. Chapter 1387 Disciple of a Half-Martial Ancestor. Chapter 1387 Disciple of a Half-Martial Ancestor. The Baiming clan leader looked at Baiming Shui and her brother. I'm already old. From now on, the Baiming clan will have to rely on the two of you. You guys can make the decision for this matter. I won't stay in the family clan either. Baiming Shui shook her head gently. My Tao cannot be found here. Little brother, make the decision. Sue Zimmo felt slightly relieved when he heard that. Baiming Shui cultivated the martial Tao. Her world was the boundless cultivation world that contained countless secret opportunities outside, not this puny Baiming town. If Baiming Shui were to stay in Baiming town to develop her family, no matter how talented she was, her attainments in the martial Tao would be limited. Sister, I'm still young. Please stay and help me. Baiming Ao could not help but say reluctantly. He was only 15 years old after all. It was indeed a little cruel for him to bear the burden of reviving his family clan. A hesitant look flashed through Baiming Shui's eyes as well. But soon, she made up her mind to leave Baiming town and explore the cultivation world. The Baiming clan was nearly annihilated today. The reason why the crisis was able to be resolved today was because of her master's powerful combat strength. No matter how large the family clan was, or how many clansmen there were, without top-tier experts, it was inevitable that the clan would be annihilated. Therefore, it was better for Bai Ming Xue to head out to train and grow rapidly rather than stay in Bai Ming Town. If she could cultivate to the conjoint body or Mahayana realm, as long as she was alive, there would come a day where the Bai Ming aristocratic family could exist without danger. The siblings exchanged glances and understood each other's intentions without saying anything more. Bai Ming Xue said gently, "Little brother, you've already grown up. No matter what decision you make, I'll support you." "All right." Bai Ming Ao grit his teeth. "Since that's the case, I've decided to join forces with the Nangong aristocratic family. We'll write off our past grudges and share the divine spring." Nangong Ling and the others were delighted and heaved a sigh of relief. This was undoubtedly the best situation for the two aristocratic families. Even Elder Lan Tian nodded slightly and looked at Bai Ming Ao with admiration. Prior to this, the three aristocratic families bullied the Bai Ming aristocratic family and snatched their cultivation techniques, secret skills, treasures, and resources. This was a feud that had lasted for many years. At such a young age, Bai Ming Ao was already able to let go of these grudges for the sake of his family clan. With such a broad perspective, he was already starting to possess the bearing of a family master. "He's also a good seedling," Elder Lan Tian muttered internally. Everyone was shocked by Bai Ming Xue's talent, but Bai Ming Ao was not weak either. After all, he was able to form a core at just 15 years old by relying on some inferior cultivation techniques and limited resources. Furthermore, he could even condense a golden core phenomenon that was already beyond most paragons. Su Zimo looked at Elder Lan Tian and said indifferently, "Fellow Taoist Lan Tian, if the Bai Ming clan is willing to let go of their past grudges and share the divine spring with the Nangong aristocratic family, the Nangong family should express a gesture of goodwill as well, right?" The term fellow Taoist was used to refer to people of similar cultivation realms or statuses. However, Su Zimo was only at the conjoint body realm and Elder Lan Tian was a half-martial ancestor. Yet, Elder Lan Tian was not displeased in the slightest when he heard the words fellow Taoist. Desolate Martial had just killed 2 half-martial ancestors. What was wrong with him using the term fellow Taoist? Elder Lan Tian was pondering over a thought in his mind. When he heard that, he made a decision right away. Narrowing his gaze, he looked at Bai Ming Ao and chuckled. "I'm still lacking a personal disciple. If you don't mind, I might be able to teach you a few things." A half-martial ancestor was taking in a disciple. This was a huge matter. Even the cultivators of the Nangong aristocratic family revealed looks of envy, let alone the Bai Ming clansmen. Bai Ming Xue was delighted as well. With that identity, no one would dare to lay their hands on Bai Ming Ao anymore. Anyone who dared to provoke a disciple of a half-martial ancestor would have to endure the wrath of a half-martial ancestor. Desolate Martial's influence was way too great. Many cultivators were secretly alarmed. Actually, even without Su Zimo's reminder, Elder Lan Tian had already thought of taking in a disciple. "Little brother, hurry and greet your master," Bai Ming Xue reminded. Bai Ming Ao ran to Elder Lan Tian hurriedly and knelt down respectfully to greet his master. "Well said, well said." Elder Lan Tian helped Bai Ming Ao up with a smile. "Nangong Li, the two of you should hang out more in the future," Elder Lan Tian said to Nangong Li. Nangong Li smiled bitterly in his heart. As the master of the Nangong aristocratic family and a conjoint body mighty figure, he had lived for close to 10,000 years. However, because of a single sentence from Elder Lan Tian, his seniority was now on par with a 15-year-old child like Bai Ming Ao. "Brother, Bai Ming." Nangong Li cupped his fists towards Bai Ming Ao and coughed gently. It was truly a strange sight to witness him addressing a 15-year-old as brothers. Fellow Taoist desolate marshal, what plans do you have in the future? Elder Lan Tian turned to Su Zimo and asked. Before long, today's events would spread through the cultivation world. Every single action of desolate marshal in the cultivation world would always attract countless gazes. I might continue my stay in the south region for a period of time. Su Zimo had something else in mind and replied vaguely without elaborating. Elder Lan Tian said, If you encounter any difficulties, you can send a message to the Nangong family too. If it's within our capabilities, we'll definitely do our best to help. In truth, those were just pleasantries. If Su Zimo were to fight against the Dongfang and Shimin aristocratic families, the Nangong aristocratic family would definitely not attack. If there's nothing else, everyone, please disperse first. Su Zimo said, This will be an important place protected by the Nangong and Baiming aristocratic families, and in the future, nobody will be allowed to step in casually. I will stay here for a few days. If there's anything, you can inform me from outside. He was chasing them away. Elder Lan Tian and the others left tactfully as well. Sister, Baiming Ao called softly and wanted to walk over. However, Baiming Shui shook her head. Little brother, leave this place with our clansmen first as well. Don't come down without my orders. Ah. Baiming Ao was stunned for a moment. Although he was filled with questions, he chose to listen to Baiming Shui and left the hall with his Baiming clansmen. Before long, Su Zimo and Baiming Shui were the only ones left in the hall. There were also many corpses and flesh strewn all over the ground. Master, is there anything? Baiming Shui whispered. Su Zimo nodded. There's indeed something. When she saw Su Zimo chasing everyone else away, she could vaguely guess that her master was hiding something that he did not wish for them to know about. It was something that had to be hidden from even the Baiming clansmen, let alone the Nangong family. What was it exactly? Right then, there was a swoosh. The divine spring beside them sounded, and a gigantic stone flew out from the golden pool, rolling on the ground. The patterns on the surface of the gigantic rock surged with two extreme auras, and they weaved together to form a devouring power, as though they were sucking the blood and flesh of the place in huge mouthfuls. Chapter 1388, Troublesome. Chapter 1388, Troublesome. This is... Baiming Shui was shocked. Earlier on, when Su Zimo fought against many mighty figures, she sensed the existence of the stone while hiding in the primordial divine spring. But now that the stone popped out and rolled on the ground, she was caught off guard. It's alive! Baiming Shui could not help but ask when she saw that Su Zimo was not surprised. Yes. Su Zimo nodded and looked at the oval-shaped stone, saying slowly, This is the true secret guarded by the Baiming clan, not the primordial divine spring. Baiming Shui was shocked and dumbfounded when she heard that. She had not expected that the secret guarded by the Baiming clan would not be a universal utmost treasure like the primordial divine spring, but a strange stone. She was smart and reacted right away. Her master did not tell her the secret previously. Instead, he told her after everyone left. It must be an important matter. Baiming Shui stared at the gigantic stone for a while and frowned slightly. She could not help but ask, Is that an egg? Su Zimo did not reply and asked instead, Have you heard of a primordial taboo? I've heard about it before. Baiming Shui said, I only found out about it after the news of the battle at Heaven and Earth Valley. In the primordial era, there was an extremely terrifying and powerful life form known as the primordial taboo. That demon beast at your side was a primordial taboo, right? Yes. Su Zimo nodded. Night spirit is one of the taboos. One of the taboos. Baiming Shui was stunned for a moment and asked, The primordial taboo isn't a race. Su Zimo said, In the primordial era, there were 3 major taboos. The Ho was only one of them. The other two taboos were the Dragon Phoenix and Kuan Peng. Bai Ming Xue was in deep thought. A moment later, her eyes lit up and she suddenly asked, "Master, are you saying that this gigantic egg has a primordial taboo within? If I'm not wrong, this should be a Kuan Peng egg." Su Zimo replied, "Ah!" Bai Ming Xue exclaimed, "How strong were primordial taboos!" Even the primordial 9 races were extremely wary of it. In fact, they even mobilized a large force to kill Night Spirit before he could grow further. Bai Ming Xue had not expected that her ancestors were guarding such a shocking secret. Su Zimo said, "The reason why I didn't tell anyone about this was because the secret was way too huge. If news of the primordial divine spring is spread, the Nangong aristocratic family might be able to defend this divine spring with their strength. However, if the news of the Kuan Peng egg is spread, even the 3 aristocratic families combined might not be able to defend it, let alone the Nangong aristocratic family." Actually, this secret was a curse rather than a blessing for the Bai Ming clan. That was the reason why the Bai Ming clan's ancestors were so cautious. Su Zimo said, "The reason why I asked others to leave was firstly because I wanted to talk to you about this. Secondly, this Kuan Peng egg is extremely sentient. As you can see, it's devouring the flesh and essence energy. In fact, it could sense the danger outside and did not expose itself beforehand. It only came out when I asked the others to leave." Bai Ming Xue nodded. Although the Kuan Peng had not hatched yet, it had already displayed extraordinary intelligence. How should we handle this? Bai Ming Xue frowned slightly and asked. Su Zimo shook his head as well. After pondering for a moment, he said, "We'll wait and see what happens after the Kuan Peng egg absorbs the flesh and essence energy. That's the only way." Bai Ming Xue nodded. Right then, her heart skipped a beat, as though she sensed an opportunity. "Master, I might be able to break through soon." Bai Ming Xue said, "Actually, when cultivating the martial Tao, one could attempt a breakthrough upon condensation of a blood qi golden core." The reason why Su Zimo wanted Bai Ming Xue to continue cultivating was because he wanted her to establish a perfect foundation so that she could head further on the path of cultivation in the future. That was because no one understood the martial Tao better than him. The martial Tao prime body cultivated dragon elephant force, and after his breakthrough, his essence spirit even derived a martial spirit fire that was extremely powerful. "Do it here then." Su Zimo nodded and pointed to the primordial divine spring. Bai Ming Xue had long reached the realm of breakthrough. Now, after watching a battle between mighty figures, her heart was moved and she finally sensed the opportunity for her essence spirit. She entered the golden pool and assumed a lotus position to attempt a breakthrough. Su Zimo stood guard at the entrance of the hall. It was not only to protect Bai Ming Xue, it was also to protect the Kuan Peng egg and not let outsiders see it. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, an entire day had passed. Suddenly, Bai Ming Xue shuddered and her aura rose continuously, as though some shackles had been broken. In fact, an extremely sharp beam of light shone from her body. Su Zimo's expression changed as he nodded slightly. "Not bad, not bad." Bai Ming Xue had broken through and entered the martial spirit realm. That was the nascent soul realm of the immortal, Buddhist, and fiend Taos. Not only that, Bai Ming Xue's martial spirit first transformed into a sharp sword before transforming into its true form. There were many different types of martial spirits. Su Zimo's martial spirit was derived from flames. As for Bai Ming Xue, she derived the sword. If nothing went wrong, Bai Ming Xue's comprehension of the Tao of the sword would definitely surpass others in her future cultivation. With the help of such a martial spirit, Bai Ming Xue's sword Tao would definitely be extremely terrifying as well. Another 2 hours passed before Bai Ming Xue's aura gradually stabilized. Bai Ming-shui opened her eyes and could not help but smile when she sensed the changes in her body. "Master, I succeeded." "Yes." Su Zimo nodded. Right then, the Kuan Ping egg at the side stopped as well. It had already devoured all the flesh on the ground. Even so, the Kuan Peng showed no signs of hatching. The flesh in this hull were all conjoint body mighty figures and even half-martial ancestor experts. That massive amount of flesh and blood essence had not managed to hatch the Kuan Peng. The power of the Kuan Peng was way too terrifying. Su Zimo was secretly shocked. By the looks of it, this taboo was truly troublesome to deal with. Even super sex might not be able to hatch this Kuan Peng, let alone him. Even if it was hatched, the Kuan Peng's appetite would be enough to devour 1 or 2 super sex. It was indeed not a coincidence that the taboo race was rare. If there were a few more Kuan Peng that expended such a massive amount of resources, the entire Tianhuang mainland would be exhausted. As Su Zimo pondered, the Kuan Ping egg hopped and came to his side, rubbing against his arm in an extremely intimate manner. Bai Ming-shui walked out of the primordial divine spring. The Kuan Peng egg rolled to Bai Ming-shui's feet and circled around her. Although it could not hatch after devouring so much flesh, the Kuan Peng egg was clearly extremely happy as well. Chapter 1389, Carefree. Chapter 1389, Carefree. "Master, what should we do?" Bai Ming-shui was worried. Firstly, the Kuan Peng egg's devouring prowess was so powerful that even super sex would have difficulty hatching it, let alone Bai Ming-shui. Secondly, once the Kuan Peng egg was exposed, the Bai Ming aristocratic family would be doomed. Su Zimo pondered in silence. There was no way he could carry the Kuan Peng egg with him either. Firstly, he did not have that many treasures, flesh and essences to hatch the Kuan Peng egg. Secondly, he had other important matters to attend to and could not focus on the Kuan Peng egg. Right then, Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat as he thought of a solution. In the extreme north of Tianhuang mainland, there was an ocean that was frozen all year round, known as the North Sea. In the North Sea, there was an extremely vast inner sea, Baiming, one of the 9 forbidden grounds of Tianhuang mainland. That forbidden ground was the habitat of one of the primordial 9 races, the Kuan race. If this Kuan Ping egg was thrown into Baiming, the Kuan race would definitely do their best to hatch it. Furthermore, they would ensure its growth with all their might. The significance of the Kuan Peng to the Kuan race was similar to the dragon phoenix to the dragon race. Baiming had existed since the primordial era, and countless treasures and cultivation resources were buried there. Just the North Sea alone contained countless living experts. In Tianhuang mainland, there were 3 oceans for regions and 1 continent. The surface area of an ocean was far larger than the 4 regions and continent. There were even many different species of living beings contained within. In fact, there were many powerful primordial life forms. The Kuan Peng would have only truly returned to its own world after returning to Baiming. There, the Kuan Peng could definitely be hatched. Furthermore, with a massive backing like the Kuan race, there would be an endless stream of cultivation resources. There, the Kuan Peng would also grow rapidly. There wouldn't be any danger as long as the Kuan race hid that secret well. It could be said that Baiming was an almost perfect place for the Kuan Peng. Of course, there were some risks associated. Taboos were not ordinary living beings after all. Now that the Kuan Peng egg was awakened by his bloodline, it was extremely close to him. At the same time, because the Baiming clan protected it, the Kuan Peng egg became extremely close to Bai Ming-shui upon sensing her bloodline as well. However, if it was thrown into Baiming, its connection with Su Zimo and Bai Ming-shui would be severed completely. Without them by its side in that sort of environment, the Kuan Peng would most likely not have any feelings towards them after many years when it truly grew up. In the eyes of the Kuan race, humans were all ants. That thought would be amplified in the eyes of the Kuan Peng. who was a taboo. Nobody knew what the Kuan Peng would be like after it grew up. After a moment of silence, Su Zimo looked at the Kuan Peng egg before him and said in a deep voice, "I can take you to a place where you can grow rapidly. However, neither the Baiming clan nor I will be by your side." The Kuan Peng egg swayed immediately, seemingly unwilling. "Go on. I won't be able to protect you if you're by my side." Bai Ming-shue smiled and patted the Kuan Peng egg gently. The Kuan Peng egg was still unwilling and rubbed itself intimately against Su Zimo and Bai Ming-shue. After a while, as though it recalled something, the Kuan Peng egg suddenly rolled in front of Su Zimo and leaned forward step by step as though it was bowing. Su Zimo burst into laughter and shook his head gently. "What are you doing? Are you acknowledging a master?" That was merely a casual remark of his. Unexpectedly, the Kuan Peng egg jumped up from its spot and hopped as though Su Zimo had hit the nail on the head. How smart! Bai Ming-shue could not help but praise. This Kuan Peng had yet to hatch, and yet an egg possessed such intelligence. "Master, why don't you take him in?" Bai Ming-shue smiled as well. "The talent of a primordial taboo definitely surpasses mine. It's definitely qualified to be your disciple. Accepting a primordial taboo as a disciple. If word of this were to spread, it would cause an uproar. What was a primordial taboo? Who was qualified to be a taboo's master? Furthermore, for primordial taboos, outsiders would want nothing more than to avoid them, who would take the initiative to invite trouble and implicate themselves. However, Su Zimo had no qualms toward such things. Including the Kuan Peng, the 3 primordial taboos were more or less related to him. Furthermore, it might not be a curse to take the Kuan Peng as his disciple. "Master, please accept him." Bai Ming-shue was truly fond of this Kuan Peng and revealed a rare look of a woman. She wheedled slightly, "I'm the eldest disciple. It can't be better having a junior brother or junior sister." Su Zimo did not reply and looked at the Kuan Peng egg not far away. "The matter of acknowledging a master is no small matter. Are you serious?" The Kuan Peng egg hopped twice on the spot to express its seriousness. Bai Ming-shue covered her mouth and laughed when she saw that. Su Zimo said, "Since that's the case, I'll take you in as my disciple. Bai Ming-shue is your eldest senior sister. My name is Su Zimo, and my Dao title is Desolate Marshal. Remember that." The Kuan Peng egg looked excited and bowed repeatedly. "Master, he doesn't have a name yet," Bai Ming-shue reminded. After pondering for a moment, Su Zimo said, "Since that's the case, I'll give you a name. Carefree. I hope that you'll be able to lead a carefree life in the future without any restraints and smile at the world." The word carefree was a manifestation of the Kuan Peng's capabilities as well as Su Zimo's hope for it. "Carefree, carefree." Bai Ming-shue murmured softly and patted the Kuan Peng egg with a smile. "From now on, you'll have a name. Your name is Carefree." Upon hearing that name, the Kuan Peng egg was extremely excited as well. With a skip, it even closed into Su Zimo and rubbed against him. "Don't try that with me." Su Zimo smiled gently and pushed the Kuan Peng egg away. "Since you acknowledge me as your master, all the more I have to send you to Bai Ming." Bai Ming was the best place for Carefree. Previously, Su Zimo was still hesitant. But now that Carefree was his disciple, he had to send Carefree over no matter what would happen to the latter in the future. Bai Ming was the only place where Carefree could grow up safely. Upon hearing Su Zimo's words, the Kuan Peng egg felt a little disappointed. According to his master, if he were to head to that place called Bai Ming, he would have to leave his master and senior sister. The first person he saw when he woke up was Su Zimo and Bai Ming-shue. Furthermore, due to his bloodline, he had an indescribable sense of familiarity towards the 2 of them. But now, the 3 of them were forced to separate. "Master," Baiming is in the extreme north of Tianhuang mainland and is millions of kilometers away from here. When are you going to move? Baiming Shui asked. I have other matters to attend to and won't be returning to the north region for the time being, Su Zimo said. The other me will take Carefree to Baiming. The other you. Baiming Shui was stunned for a moment, not understanding. Right then, a person walked in from outside the hall. That person wore a purple Taoist robe and his black hair draped over his shoulders. He had refined features and looked exactly the same as Su Zimo. Chapter 1390, Carefree's Fear. Chapter 1390, Carefree's Fear. This is... Baiming Shui was dumbfounded as she sized up the purple-robed cultivator and Su Zimo in shock. Apart from the difference in his robes, the purple-robed cultivator truly looked identical to her master. However, Baiming Shui could vaguely sense that this purple-robed cultivator was different. It was an indescribable feeling. Everyone thinks that I have two true bodies, but that's not the case. Su Zimo pointed at the purple-robed cultivator who walked in and said indifferently, This is my third true body. The intruder was none other than Su Zimo's martial Tao prime body. Actually, a year ago, Su Zimo had already summoned the martial Tao prime body over. At that time, the essence spirit of the Green Lotus true body was damaged. The aristocratic family competition was about to begin, and Su Zimo was worried that something might happen that might provoke some top-tier experts. The dragon true body was in seclusion in the South Sea, and it was not convenient to alarm him. The only one who could help was the martial Tao prime body. That was the reason why Su Zimo was not worried, even if his Green Lotus true body had not recovered with the nourishment of the primordial divine spring and advanced to the conjoint body realm. As long as his martial Tao prime body rushed over, even if he could not defeat the experts of the two aristocratic families, he could take out the damaged teleportation formation and leave with his Green Lotus true body and Baiming Shui. That was Su Zimo's original plan. However, later on, the secret of the Baiming aristocratic family was exposed, and the Green Lotus true body obtained a huge opportunity as well. He underwent a complete transformation and killed 2 half-martial ancestors and more than 30 conjoint body mighty figures. When the martial Tao prime body sensed the situation here, he did not reveal himself. It was only now that the martial Tao prime body appeared. Master, this clone is similar to you, right? Baiming Shui gradually understood. Su Zimo nodded and did not explain further. Baiming Shui looked at her martial Tao prime body and could not help but ask, Master, what's the cultivation of your clone? Early stage Dharma, characteristic realm. Su Zimo replied, The martial Tao prime body had already cultivated for more than 100 years. That cultivation speed was already extremely terrifying. The martial Tao furnace could smelt all sorts of sutras and had absorbed all the secret skills and cultivation techniques obtained by his 2 true bodies over the years. As such, his cultivation naturally advanced by leaps and bounds. Early stage Dharma characteristic realm. Baiming Shui murmured softly. It was only logical that the cultivation of the clone was lower. However, for some reason, Baiming Shui could feel an indescribable pressure against her master's martial Tao true body. She shook her head and did not think too much about it. Junior brother, why did you quieten down? Baiming Shui glanced sideways at the Kuan Ping egg at the side and smiled, asking casually, Can't bear to leave me? Initially, the Kuan Ping egg was extremely excited. However, for some unknown reason, it suddenly quietened down after the martial Tao prime body entered. The Kuan Ping egg did not move. If it was earlier on, the Kuan Ping egg would have bounced around to express its emotions. The eyes of the martial Tao prime body were clear as he shifted his gaze to the Kuan Ping egg. Waving his hand, he said, Come over. I'll take you away. The Kuan Pung egg did not advance. Instead, it retreated as though it was trying to dodge. What's wrong? Head over. Bai Ming Xue smiled and pushed the Kuan Ping egg in the direction of the martial Tao prime body. Not only did Bai Ming Xue fail to push the Kuan Ping egg with a swoosh, it even hid behind her as though it was frightened. This time round, even Su Zimo noticed something unusual. It was not that the Kuan Ping egg did not want to leave. The egg was in fear. To be precise, the Kuan Ping egg was afraid of the martial Tao prime body and did not even dare to close in. That's my master's clone. What are you afraid of? Bai Ming Xue smiled and patted the Kuan Ping egg gently. The Kuan Ping egg did not dare to advance still. Bai Ming Xue could clearly sense the gigantic Kuan Ping egg trembling beneath her palm. What happened? She was a little stunned. It seemed like the Kuan Ping egg harbored a deep fear towards the martial Tao prime body. However, how could this be? According to her master, that was only a clone of his. Furthermore, it was only at the Dharma characteristic realm. How could the Kuan Ping, one of the 3 great taboos, be frightened so badly? Furthermore, the Kuan Ping egg was extremely intimate with Su Zimo's green lotus true body, and would even circle and rub against him from time to time. However, in the face of the martial Tao prime body, the Kuan Ping egg was shivering in fear. When he saw that, Su Zimo sighed internally. As expected of the 3 great taboos, to think that it would be so sharp even before it's born. The martial Tao prime body had never attacked before. Almost no one knew of his existence. Therefore, no one knew better than Su Zimo how terrifying the martial Tao prime body was. This was a variant that was beyond the 3 realms and 5 elements. Back when the martial Tao prime body was just born, even Patriarch Yuan Bei, who was at the Mahayana realm, could not see through the fate of the martial Tao prime body with his heart-piercing divine power. It did not mean that the current martial Tao prime body was stronger than the green lotus true body. It was because the Kuan Ping egg had not hatched and did not possess the 5 senses such as sight and hearing. It merely relied on an innate spirit perception to sense the outside world. In his senses, the green lotus true body was like a jade green lotus that emitted a resplendent glow with immense vitality. Furthermore, he had once absorbed the bloodline of the green lotus true body and naturally had no resistance towards it. However, it was different for the martial Tao prime body. The martial Tao prime body cultivated his body and used his true body as a furnace to nurture all the sutras as one and fuse them with his body. His physique and countless sutras were constantly smelted by the martial spirit fire. To the Kuan Ping egg, the martial Tao prime body was like a gigantic furnace that emitted a destructive aura as though it could smelt everything in the world. Even it would not be spared. Naturally, it was fearful and did not dare to approach. Carefree, follow him. Finally, Su Zimo spoke. He is me, and I am him. There's no difference between us, and he will definitely not hurt you. At that point, the Kuan Ping egg finally relaxed slightly. The gigantic egg moved slowly towards the martial Tao prime body at an extremely slow speed. It was clear that it was displeased. The Kuan Ping egg paced around reluctantly. Although it was not hatched yet, it could vaguely guess that after this farewell, it would have to wait a long time before it could reunite with its master and senior sister again. It's fine, you have to grow faster. We'll meet again. Bai Ming Xue could vaguely sense what was on the Kuan Ping egg's mind and consoled it gently. That Kuan Ping egg was not only her junior brother, but also the secret that the Bai Ming aristocratic family had protected for countless years. Naturally, Bai Ming Xue had feelings towards Carefree. A long time later, the Kuan Ping egg finally arrived before the martial Tao prime body. Without another word, the martial Tao prime body waved his sleeves and swept up the gigantic Kuan Ping egg. Turning to leave, he disappeared from the hall in the blink of an eye. Chapter 1391. Greater Mastery of the Saber Technique. Chapter 1391. Greater Mastery of the Saber Technique. After the martial Tao Prime body left with Carefree, Su Zimo and Bai Ming Xue were the only ones left in the hall. Without Carefree, the hall fell silent. Bai Ming Xue lowered her head, slightly with a faint hint of sorrow in her eyes. After a moment, she finally said, "Master, you're about to leave, right?" "Yes." Su Zimo nodded and did not hide anything. "You've already cultivated to the nascent soul realm. It's time for you to head out and train yourself in the cultivation world." Bai Ming Xue remained silent. She also knew in her heart that her master could not be by her side the entire time, protecting her from all dangers as she grew. However, that was a wish she had nevertheless. Even if her cultivation did not advance at all, she hoped that her master would always be by her side, guarding and protecting her. Bai Ming Xue took a deep breath and composed herself before long. She put away the thoughts in her mind and said, "All right, I'll take a look at the cultivation world outside right away." "Don't worry, Master. I'll definitely not embarrass you." Before long, today's events would spread through the entire cultivation world. At that time, all the cultivators in the world would know that she was Desolate Marshal's eldest disciple. At that time, there might be dangers and challenges awaiting her. All of those would become the foundation for her to temper her martial Tao. "Where are you intending to go, Master?" Bai Ming Xue asked again. "Since I'm in the South region, I intend to meet an old friend." The voice of the little monk flashed through Su Zimo's mind as he murmured, "It's been a long time since I've received any news of him. I'm worried." "You have to raise your cultivation as soon as possible. There will probably be many calamities in Tianhuang mainland in the future. Without immense strength, you might even die, let alone protect your family clan." Su Zimo reminded again. His worries were not unfounded. All signs indicated that Tianhuang mainland was about to descend into chaos. A massive change was about to happen. This change was extremely likely to sweep through the entire Tianhuang mainland, and no sect, faction, or race would be spared. In the depths of the South Sea, the sea possessed a massive amount of living beings that far surpassed the land. The resources in the sea were extremely rich, and countless experts were born. There were 8 demon regions in Tianhuang mainland, and 3 of them were the East, South, and North Seas. The sea contained countless secrets. It was said that among the 3 seas there were the most number of primordial ruins, and they were the most intact. The depths of the sea could reach hundreds of thousands of meters. There were not many living beings at the bottom of the sea anymore. That was because as the depths of the sea increased, the pressure around the seawater increased as well. Without a conjoint body realm cultivation, one would not be able to survive in the depths of the sea. At that moment, a figure sat at the bottom of the dark sea in the South Sea. The figure had shoulder-length scarlet hair that burned like flames and did not show any signs of extinguishing even in the depths of the sea. The Dragon True Body. Although the Dragon True Body was still at the Dharma characteristic realm, he could still survive in the deep oceans with his body and bloodline. After receiving the guidance of a mysterious expert, the Dragon True Body dived into the depths of the sea and cultivated the Sea Calming Manual. The Dragon True Body could survive at the bottom of the sea. However, that did not mean that he could move freely at the bottom of the sea. Even with his physique and bloodline, he could still feel an extremely terrifying pressure at the bottom of the sea. Every single action required hundreds of times more energy than on land. When he used his saber underwater, the water pressure would cause every single slash to become extremely slow and difficult. Despite the circumstances, the Dragon True Body gritted his teeth and cultivated continuously. After 3 years of cultivation, the comprehension of the Dragon True Body on the Tao of the Saber deepened. He had finally comprehended the profound meaning of sea calming. Without seeing the sea personally, one would never be able to comprehend the true essence of the Sea Calming Manual. Without experiencing the raging tides of the sea personally, one would never be able to experience the power of sea calming. For the past 3 years, the cultivation of his dragon true body was still at the Dharma characteristic realm and had not broken through. However, in terms of the Tao of the saber, he had a new understanding. This day, the dragon true body, cultivated at the bottom of the sea with his eyes closed and constantly retracted his saber. All of a sudden, the dragon true body opened his eyes. It was as though 2 divine lights burst forth from the dark depths of the sea, illuminating it. Under the illumination of the divine light, the dragon true body could clearly see that 3 faint figures were charging towards him along the undercurrent with a murderous intent. They were hostile. The 3 of them were extremely fast and arrived before him in the blink of an eye. 3 mighty figures. With a single sweep of his spirit consciousness, the dragon true body could sense that all 3 figures were at the conjoint body realm. A look of mockery flashed through the eyes of the dragon true body. Without seeing what the dragon true body did, his spirit consciousness moved and the saber on his knees suddenly bounced into his palm. The dragon true body had an indifferent expression as he gripped the dragon soul saber and slashed forward. That sliced air completely and nobody was struck. The 3 figures that were charging over were delighted. Seems like this person doesn't have any tricks up his sleeves. To think that his slash would miss. The moment that thought crossed their minds, their expressions changed. After the slash landed, a gigantic vortex was formed where the blade's edge passed. It was earth-shaking and stirred the entire sea. It was not so obvious within the depths of the sea. However, if someone were to stand in the sky and look down at the surface of the sea, they would be able to clearly see that the seawater was gathering and spinning continuously, forming a gigantic vortex. The depths of the vortex seemed to be able to reach the bottom of the sea. In the deep sea, 3 conjoint body mighty figures had just attacked when they were moved by the power of the gigantic vortex, and their destiny dharmic weapons deviated from their original trajectories. Even the 3 of them could not control their bodies and were swept by the terrifying power of the vortex, surging in the direction of the dragon's soul saber. The 3 mighty figures were shocked. The might of that casual slash was so terrifying. This person was only at the Dharma characteristic realm Euro. How could he slash with such a saber technique? That slash had already contained the momentum of heaven and earth. That was a power that only conjoint body mighty figures could come into contact with. The moment that thought crossed the minds of the 3 conjoint body mighty figures, the dragon true body retracted his dragon soul saber and slashed out once more. Swoosh! A wave that was hundreds of thousands of meters tall surged towards the 3 of them. This was not actual seawater, but waves formed from saber chi that possessed an extremely sharp edge that could crush all living beings. Without hesitation, the 3 mighty figures channeled their essence spirits wildly and conjured dharmic arts one after another. They controlled their destiny dharmic weapons and charged towards the wave. Boom! There was a deafening sound. As though they were struck by lightning, cracks appeared on the robes of the 3 mighty figures, and they were filled with injuries and fresh blood. Endless fear filled the eyes of the 3 mighty figures. Chapter 1392, Slaying Grand Demons. Chapter 1392, Slaying Grand Demons. With just 2 slashes, 3 conjoint body mighty figures were severely injured. Let's retreat first. We can't beat him. The 3 mighty figures sent spirit consciousness transmissions and escaped into the distance in unison. Splash! In order to maximize their speed, 3 mighty figures revealed their true forms at the same time. They were 3 living beings of the sea and were conjoint body grand demons. One of them was extremely huge and was a silver fin gigantic tooth shark. The gigantic silver fin on its back shone brightly and was extremely striking in the deep waters. Legend has it that the silver fins on the back of the silver-fin gigantic tooth shark were extremely powerful and could absorb moonlight to cultivate and raise one's cultivation. In this sea, they were considered as the overlords of the shark race. Under normal circumstances for demons and other living beings, their combat strength would increase by at least 30% after they reverted to their true forms. However, the silver-fin gigantic tooth shark did not stop at all. After reverting to its true form, the first thing it did was flee into the distance. The true form of one of the other two grand demons was a colorful dragonfish. Legend has it that the dragonfish possessed a thin bloodline of the dragon race and were considered as a branch of the mixed dragon lineage. As such, their potential was naturally extraordinary. The true form of the other grand demon was an ancient electric eel that shone with blue lightning. It swayed its tail and traveled through the depths of the sea at an extremely fast speed. Trying to flee, Suzimo waved his hand and slashed with his saber. Saber chi surged and raging tides rippled out in all directions around him. The three grand demons did not manage to escape far before they were engulfed by the surging tides behind them. Rar, rar, rar. The three grand demons shrieked and channeled their essence spirits wildly, using all their strength to release dermic arts to clash against the raging tides. Bang, bang, bang. The three grand demons shuddered. New injuries had appeared before their old injuries were healed. Fresh blood oozed from the noses of the three grand demons, and their organs were shifted positions by the shock from the raging tides. Fellow Taoist Long Mo were quite famous in the South Sea. Please show mercy. Sensing the aura of death, the silver-fin gigantic tooth shark could no longer hold on and was the first to swallow its pride and beg for mercy. You guys came to kill me, but you want me to show mercy? Suzimo asked with a mocking expression. It's a misunderstanding. The ancient electric eel spoke in human tongue as well and explained hurriedly. We were also curious when we heard that an expert was practicing his saber techniques here and wanted to spar with you. Suzimo asked with a fake smile, How do the three of you know my name then? The three grand demons were stunned for a moment as a hint of panic flashed through their eyes. But soon the silver-fin gigantic tooth shark replied, Everyone knows of the young master of Divine Phoenix Island. How dare you come and kill me after knowing that I'm the young master of Divine Phoenix Island? Suzimo's expression turned cold as he said slowly, Who gave you guys the guts? Suzimo had only arrived at Divine Phoenix Island for a short 3 years and had barely interacted with anyone. After inheriting the position of the young master, he headed into the depths of the sea to cultivate. He did not recognize the three grand demons at all. More than that, he did not know how he became enemies with the three grand demons. The only possibility was that they were instigated by someone. The three grand demons had ugly expressions. After a long silence, the silver-fin gigantic tooth shark said in a deep voice, Long Mo, we have a vow. We can't tell you about this. If you refuse to tell, you can die. Suzimo shook his head gently and could not be bothered to waste his breath on the three grand demons. He attacked once more and slashed forward. This time round, the dragon soul saber did not make any sound when it slashed down. Ripples appeared in the deep sea and rippled towards the three grand demons. Although that slash was silent, it possessed a fatal killing intent. Long Mo, you've gone too far. With a furious roar, the silver-fin gigantic tooth shark suddenly opened its mouth and revealed a mouthful of sharp teeth. A vicious glint flashed through its eyes. Poof, poof, poof. Suddenly, a mouthful of silver teeth filled with blood fell off from the mouth of the silver-fin gigantic tooth shark. They pierced towards Suzimo like flying swords. That was the trump card of the silver-fin gigantic tooth shark. It had cultivated its gigantic teeth for so many years, and they contained most of its cultivation. After releasing that move, even if it could survive, its combat strength would be greatly reduced. At this point, it could not care less. The dragonfish and ancient electric eel at the side released their trump cards one after another as well. Talismans and secret skills burst forth. Crack, crack, crack. When the gigantic teeth collided with the ripples released by the dragon soul saber, they shattered instantly and turned into fragments that sank to the bottom of the sea. There were thousands of gigantic teeth in that single mouth of the silver-fin gigantic tooth shark. They were destroyed just like that by Suzimo. Poof, poof. The secret skills released by the dragonfish and ancient electric eel could not defend against the saber ripples either. The talismans on the two grand demons were destroyed by the layers of ripples. The three grand demons spat out a huge mouthful of blood. Countless wounds appeared on the three of them, and their organs were filled with scars from the ripples. The three grand demons had dim expressions as they fled in three different directions. This was the South Sea after all. They had lived in the South Sea for 10,000 years and were more familiar with its terrain, environment, and everything else. They believed that as long as they could increase the distance between them and Suzimo, the three grand demons would be able to shake off the ladder with their terrain advantage. Suzimo looked at the three grand demons that escaped and sat on the ground without getting up. To be precise, he had not stood up since the three grand demons appeared. Suddenly he closed his eyes. He pursued the feeling in his heart and waved his saber to slash. It was the same thing he did in his daily practices. That slash was like a heavenly steed soaring through the skies, untraceable. Initially, because of this massive battle in the depths of the sea, the waters were already filled with raging tides. However, after that slash, the sea returned to normal instantly. The massive South Sea was peaceful. Before the three grand demons could escape far, a saber beam descended from above their heads. Instantly, their figures froze and their gazes dimmed. Three grand demons had their essence spirits destroyed and were dead. At the same time, Suzimo had already sensed the situation on the side of his green lotus true body and was relieved. Although his saber Tao improved much after 3 years of cultivation, his cultivation realm was still hovering around the perfected Dharma characteristic realm and could not advance further. The further one progressed in the path of cultivation, the more difficult it would be. It was even more difficult if he wanted to break through a major cultivation realm. Even for the green lotus true body, he only managed to advance to the conjoint body realm in one go with the nourishment of the primordial divine spring, as well as the growth of the creation green lotus to grade 7. However, he did not know how long it would take for his dragon true body to advance to the conjoint body realm. It could be 10 or 100 years. If there was no opportunity, it could even be several thousand years later. Something like this could not be rushed. It's time to head back. Suzimo murmured softly and was prepared to return to Divine Phoenix Island. Chapter 1393 Invitation from Penglai. Chapter 1393 Invitation from Penglai. Divine Phoenix Island. Many cultivators stood in the air and looked down at the surface of the sea as they discussed. There was such a huge commotion in the South Sea earlier on. I wonder what sort of a huge battle broke out there. I reckon that there's a high chance it was a mighty figure who attacked. Standing at the side, Mo Ing frowned slightly with a worried expression. Right then, a cultivator in a white shirt walked over. He was scholarly and had a warm expression with a smile on his face. Mighty figure, heavenly phoenix. Many cultivators bowed hurriedly when they saw that person. Even though mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix failed in wielding the Dragon Soul Saber 3 years ago, he still had an unshakable status after managing Divine Phoenix Island for many years. Furthermore, he was the owner of another Divine Phoenix bone to begin with. For the past 3 years, mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix faced the wall at the edge of the South Sea. It was only recently that he regained his freedom and reappeared. After all, back in the Dragon Soul Hall, mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix had been extremely restrained the entire time and did not say anything out of line. "What are you guys discussing?" Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix asked with a smile. Earlier on, the South Sea suddenly surged in a berserk manner. All of us are guessing that there should be a fight between top-tier experts in the South Sea. Some cultivators said hurriedly, "Yes." Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix nodded slightly. "The surface of the sea is calm now. Seems like this battle has ended. Everyone, disperse and don't linger here." "Understood." Many cultivators cupped their fists and turned to leave. Swoosh! Right then, the sound of water could be heard from the surface of the sea. 3 gigantic figures broke out of the sea with a thick blood stench. All the cultivators looked over instinctively, and their expressions changed. "This is bad. It's the silver-fin gigantic tooth shark. Ah, that's an ancient electric eel. There's a dragonfish as well. Something's not right." The moment the exclamation sounded, everyone noticed something unusual. The 3 living beings of the sea were covered in injuries. Although their blood still emitted a tremendous amount of energy, they no longer had any signs of life. The energy released by their blood alone was so strong. The cultivation realms of the 3 living beings must have been at the conjoint body realm when they were alive. Strange, why would the corpses of 3 demon beasts jump out of the sea on their own? Right then, a sharp-eyed cultivator caught sight of a figure beneath the corpses of 3 demon beasts. The figure had scarlet hair that burned like flames and wore robes of the same color. He held the corpses of 3 demon beasts in one hand and a saber in the other. Many cultivators were stunned. Although it was declared that Su Zimo was the young master of Divine Phoenix Island, he entered the sea to cultivate thereafter and barely appeared. None of the cultivators on the island recognized Su Zimo right away. Only mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix's gaze shimmered for a moment before returning to normal. However, Mo-ing recognized Su Zimo right away, and a smile finally appeared on her face. She came before the latter with relief and bowed. "Young master, you're finally back." "Greetings, young master." The cultivators of Divine Phoenix Island reacted and bowed. As the young master of Divine Phoenix Island, he was practically superior to everyone except a single person. He could mobilize thousands of troops given his status. Even some conjoint body elders had to greet Su Zimo if they saw him. Su Zimo's gaze shifted to mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix smiled and bowed slightly toward Su Zimo. "Greetings, young master." His smile was very sincere and looked like a spring breeze, giving one a good impression and trust unconsciously. "Young master, this is..." Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix pointed to the 3 demon corpses in Su Zimo's hands. "If I'm not wrong, those 3 grand demons are famous demons in the South Sea." "I don't know them." Su Zimo said, "They tried to encircle and kill me at the bottom of the sea, but I slaughtered them casually. The flesh of these 3 grand demons is precious, so I brought them along. It's a good opportunity to share it with the cultivators of the island. Even if a grand demon were to die, they would be filled with treasures from head to toe. Notwithstanding bones, fangs, and claws, the flesh of these grand demons alone possessed extremely pure energy. Furthermore, the energy within the flesh of a grand demon that had just died was not as berserk and was relatively gentle. It was the most suitable to consume." The surrounding cultivators exclaimed excitedly when they heard that. Su Zimo tossed the 3 grand demons into the crowd, casually. "You guys can take care of it." "Young master, you are generous." Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix could not help but exclaim, "Those 3 grand demons are notorious throughout the South Sea. To think that they would be killed by you. I see that you have yet to advance to the conjoint body realm. To think that you would already possess such combat strength. How admirable. If it was anyone else, they would definitely reveal joy upon hearing those praises. However, Su Zimo's expression was calm as he suddenly asked, I've never met these 3 grand demons before. Why do you think they wanted to kill me? I don't know. Mighty Figure Heavenly Phoenix said in a deep voice, the reasons should be only revenge or for some treasures. I'm guessing that the 3 grand demons must have taken a liking to some treasure in your possession and became greedy when they saw that you were only at the Dharma characteristic realm. That explanation made sense. Right. Suddenly, Mighty Figure Heavenly Phoenix took out a golden invitation from his storage bag and handed it to Su Zimo. A few days ago, Divine Phoenix Island received an invitation from the young master of Penglai Island of the East Sea to invite you over for a chat. East Sea Penglai. Su Zimo murmured softly and took the invitation. A line of red words was written on the invitation, as though it was burning with flames and revealing a sharp edge. I heard that the young master of Divine Phoenix Island is newly established. Congratulations. I'm also curious about fellow Taoist Longamo. Right now, the East Sea Fusang flower is blossoming, and it's extremely rare. Here's an invitation for fellow Taoist Longamo to head over for a chat to admire the flowers and drink tea. Please don't decline, fellow Taoist. In the cultivation world, there were 2 islands and 1 palace. The 2 islands referred to the South Sea Divine Phoenix Island and the East Sea Penglai Island. Mo Ing took a look at the invitation and nodded. Indeed, it's from Penglai Island. Who is the young master of Penglai Island? Su Zimo asked. His Tao title is Mystic Frost, and he's at the Conjoint Body realm. Mo Ing said, there are similarities between Penglai and Divine Phoenix Island. Most of the cultivators on the island cultivate the Saber Tao as well. However, the Saber Tao left behind by the Saber Emperor possesses a tough aura and involves large swings. On the other hand, the Saber Tao inheritance on Penglai Island is sinisterly gentle and utilizes cunning angles. How's the relationship between the 2 islands? Su Zimo asked again. Not bad. Mo Ing said, since cultivators of the 2 islands cultivate the Tao of the Saber, it's inevitable for them to spar. However, there's no deep feud and there has never been any major conflicts. The invitation is quite polite. Why don't you head over Penglai Island to check it out, young master? Oh. Su Zimo raised his brow. Mo Ing explained. Firstly, you are just newly established in your position. Even without the invitation of Mighty Figure Mystic Frost, you would have to head over to Penglai Island to check things out sooner or later. Secondly, the Fusang flower is blossoming on Penglai Island right now. This is a rare opportunity. The Fusang tree was the divine tree of the East Sea. Legend has it that when the Fusang flower blooms, a ball of flames will burst forth from each flower in an extremely stunning manner. In fact, there were even cultivators who comprehended the Tao through observing the blossoming of the Fusang flower. Chapter 1394, Sacred Volcano. Chapter 1394, Sacred Volcano. Heavenly Phoenix, what do you think? Su Zimo asked in a seemingly casual manner. Mighty Figure Heavenly Phoenix smiled. My thoughts are the same as Mo Ying's. I suggest that you accept the invitation and head to Penglai Island. The Saber Technique inheritance of Penglai Island is rather unique. If you take a look, you might be able to comprehend something new. Furthermore, you don't have to worry about safety on this trip to Penglai. No matter how audacious Penglai Island is, they won't dare harbor designs on you. Don't worry, young master. I'll stay by your side for this trip as well and ensure that you return unharmed. Mighty Figure Heavenly Phoenix said confidently. That's great. Su Zimo nodded. Since that's the case, let's take a look at Penglai Island. Heavenly Phoenix, make the arrangements. All right. Mighty Figure Heavenly Phoenix bowed and retreated before long. No one was more familiar with such things than him. Su Zimo gazed at the back of mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix, and his eyes flickered in thought as he murmured softly, East Sea, East Sea. In less than an hour, everything was ready. There were not many people accompanying him this time round, and there were only 2 conjoint body mighty figures, mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix and Emoing. Of the remaining people, there were more than 10 Dharma characteristic Tao lords. Jingming and Jingxing, who had a conflict with Su Zimo in the Dragon Soul Hall, were among them as well. They arrived at the seaside. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix's fingers changed continuously and shot out divine lights into the sea. He hollered softly, "Come on out." Not long after he said that, a huge shadow appeared beneath the surface of the sea not far away. Immediately after, the surface of the sea surged and a massive object rose slowly, floating on the water with a gigantic turtle shell on its back like a massive piece of land. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix said, "This is the dragon turtle reared by Divine Phoenix Island. With it carrying us, we'll be able to reach Penglai Island in about 10 days. The dragon turtle was a pure-blooded, ferocious beast. It was said that there was a trace of dragon blood in its body as well. Furthermore, this dragon turtle had already cultivated to the conjoint body realm." Su Zimo and the others descended on the dragon turtle's back. Without a single word, the dragon turtle moved its thick limbs and tore through the layers of waves, swimming towards the east at an astonishing speed. From afar, it looked like a moving continent. Su Zimo and the others floated on the surface of the sea for a whole 17 days. In the past few days, they had encountered many powerful living beings in the sea as well. However, all of them chose to avoid the dragon turtle of Divine Phoenix Island when they saw it. This day, a large piece of land appeared before them. "We're here." Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix stood up slowly. "East Sea, Penglai Island." The patrolling cultivators on the island had long noticed the situation on the surface of the sea and reported it immediately. Before long, a large group of cultivators welcomed them from Penglai Island. The person in the lead looked extremely young and wore white robes with an extraordinary aura. He shouted from afar, "Your fellow Taoist Long Mo, the young master of Divine Phoenix Island, right? I'm Mystic Frost. I've heard a lot about you. Meeting you today, I can tell that you're indeed outstanding and inspiring." Su Zimo smiled as well. "You're too kind, fellow Taoist Mystic Frost." Mystic Frost's gaze landed on mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix and Mo-ing behind Su Zimo and nodded. "The 2 of you can be considered as old friends. How have you been?" "Greetings, fellow Taoist Mystic Frost." Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix and Mo-ing bowed slightly. Although the 3 of them were at the same cultivation realm, Mystic Frost was the young master of an island after all and had a noble status. The 2 of them must not be rude. "Fellow Taoist Long Mo, please." Mystic Frost turned slightly and gestured invitingly. "Now that the Fusang tree has blossomed, you have come at the right time, fellow Taoist. Come with me to the Flower Admiration Pavilion." "All right." Su Zimo nodded and did not decline. Under Mystic Frost's lead, the group of them advanced. Before long, a towering mountain appeared before them. Lava was spewing from a mountain peak, and steam surged into the skies. "The Fusang tree is in this volcano," Mystic Frost explained. "Normally, this volcano will go silent. However, once the Fusang tree blossoms, the volcano will explode. This is no ordinary volcano. This is the sacred volcano of Penglai Island. Even if conjoint body mighty figures fall in, they will be incinerated with ease by the lava in the center." At that moment, the Dharma characteristic Tao lords behind Su Zimo and the others were drenched in sweat. They were still a full 5 kilometers away from the sacred volcano. However, those Dharma characteristic Tao lords were already unable to endure it. Mystic Frost smiled gently. All of you can guard here. If you continue forward, all of you might die. As for fellow Taoist Long Mo, there's naturally no need to worry. Although Su Zimo was also at the Dharma characteristic realm, with his dragon true body, the temperature almost had no effect on him. Fellow Taoist Long Mo, please follow me. Mystic Frost led the way and continued. The Fusang tree can't be seen from here. Our ancestor of Penglai Island once risked danger to establish a flower admiration pavilion in an area of the sacred volcano. Once we ascend the sacred volcano and arrive at the flower admiration pavilion, we'll be able to see the Fusang tree clearly. Su Zimo followed behind Mystic Frost indifferently. After mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix arrived, a mysterious smile appeared on his face but disappeared quickly. The closer they were to the sacred volcano, the more obvious the terrifyingly high temperature was. The surroundings of the sacred volcano had long turned into ruins without any vegetation and was silent and scorching. When they arrived at the foot of the sacred volcano, the difference between them gradually revealed itself. Among them, the three conjoint body mighty figures behind mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix and Amoang were slightly flushed with a layer of sweat on their foreheads and panting slightly. However, Su Zimo, mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix, and Mystic Frost had calm expressions. Although mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix and Mystic Frost did not say anything, their hearts skipped a beat. They were all paragons of the conjoint body realm. One was the young master of an island, while the other possessed a divine phoenix bone. Both of them possessed shocking bloodlines and were naturally able to withstand that temperature. However, Long Mo was only at the Dharma characteristic realm, and yet his expression did not change at all. The group of them continued ascending the peak. Bang! Boom! Boom! After ascending the sacred volcano, everyone could clearly hear the terrifying rumbling of the volcano. The rumbling noise made everyone feel insignificant. It was as though everyone would be burned to ashes if the sacred volcano was enraged and lava sprayed down from above. Everyone did not stop in their tracks and were getting closer to the peak. After walking for a while more, a gigantic pavilion finally appeared before them. It's right ahead, we're almost there. Mystic Frost pointed to the pavilion at the front and said before speeding up. At that moment, the three conjoint body mighty figures behind Amoang and Mystic Frost were already panting and drenched in sweat. Their lips were dry and cracked. Even Mystic Frost, mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix, and Su Zimo blushed slightly. Su Zimo was secretly shocked. If the heat wave of the lava was already so powerful before they even reached the mouth of the volcano, how terrifying was the lava gushing out of the volcano?